of a significant deficit in our male population. We cannot afford for sons and our daughters to end like this. So, Mr. Speaker, Clause 16, moving on, seeks to amend Section 20 of the Principal Act to create a separate offense of unlawful possession of a firearm or ammunition by a person who was the holder of a license, certificate, or permit issued under the Act, which has since expired, lapsed, or otherwise become invalid at the time of the possession of that illegal weapon. The penalty for which is a fine of $3,000 and imprisonment for 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, one would understand that the seriousness of this. These licenses, when obtained, you must monitor and ensure that they are properly reinstated or renewed or become valid again by paying your monthly or annual fees and ensuring that you're in good standing. All right. Subsection B of that clause speaks to the increase in penalty for the offense of unlawful possession of a firearm or ammunition to imprisonment for not less than 10 years and not more than 20 years on summary conviction, and to imprisonment for not less than 20 years and not more than 40 years on conviction on indictment. C provides an exception where a person may have in his or her possession a firearm or ammunition for the purpose of surrendering that firearm or ammunition on behalf of another person during a firearm amnesty declared pursuant to Section 51A of the Act. So when an amnesty is issued by the government, when that happens, they can get exemption for such purposes. Again, important. D. These sets out the specific circumstances under which a person will be deemed to be in possession of a firearm or ammunition for the purpose of an offense under the section. Clause 17, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 21 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of contravening the general restrictions upon carrying a firearm and ammunition in a public place to a fine of not less than $50,000 and not more than $100,000, and to imprisonment for not less than 5 years, not more than 10 years. So this one deals with contravening the act in respect of carrying a firearm in a public place. Clause 18, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the offense of contravening is special restrictions upon carrying firearm and ammunition in a public place to a fine of not less than $50,000 and not more than $100,000, and to imprisonment for not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years on summary conviction, and to a fine of not less than $100,000, not more than $250,000, and to imprisonment for not less than 10 years and not more than 20 years on conviction on indictment. Clause 19. Clause 19, Mr. Speaker, treats with the discharging of a firearm in a public place. The offense of discharging a firearm in a public place. And, Mr. Speaker, within a distance of 40 yards of any public road or in any public place, 40 yards. And the fine again, Mr. Speaker, $50,000. Clause 20 speaks to the offense of possessing firearm or ammunition with intent to injure. And this speaks to imprisonment for not less than 10 years and not more than 20 years. Clause 21, Mr. Speaker, seeks to amend Section 25 of the Principal Act to increase the penalty for the offense of A, possession with intent to commit or to aid the commission of an indictable offense or to resist or prevent the lawful apprehension or detention of a person to imprisonment for not less than 15 years and not more than 40 years on conviction on indictment. Again, Mr. Speaker, very, very important. Possession of a firearm, B, speaks to the possession of a firearm or ammunition belonging to the government to imprisonment for not less than 5 years and not more than 10 years on summary conviction, and to imprisonment for not less than 10 years and not more than 20 years. Clause 22, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the offense of using a firearm or ammunition in contravention to the terms and conditions of a license or certificate or permit as issued under this Act. Clause 23 speaks to the offense of failing without a lawful excuse to comply with a notice under Section 35 to a fine of $3,000 or imprisonment for 6 months. 24 speaks to the offense of failing without a lawful excuse to comply with a notice. Clause 25, Mr. Speaker, speaks to the offense of failing to report the loss of a firearm or ammunition. A fine again, Mr. Speaker, $50,000. Clause 26 speaks to the offense of failing to stop a vehicle at the request of a police officer, preventing or intimidating the driver of such a vehicle from stopping or escaping or attempting to escape from such a vehicle, to a fine of not less than $50,000. Again, Mr. Speaker, this particular clause, clause 26, is very important and very instrumental in the reduction of these firearms. Clause 27 speaks to the offense. I'm going to finish shortly. Thanks for... The offense of failing to comply with the requirements pertaining to custody of a firearm and ammunition. Clause 28, Mr. Speaker, amends Section 53 of the Principal Act to increase the general penalties for all offenses under the Act. Mr. Speaker, I took the time to go through these clauses within 29 minutes. I have 1 more minute to say, because I want the general public, and especially our young men who trade in these weapons, to understand the serious implications of passing this bill here today, and the reason why they should surrender these weapons, utilize the balance of this amnesty that is remaining, and turn away from a life of crime. I want to say in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, that if you're hooked on crime, there is help. You can walk into the Ministry of Social and Community Development at the Botanical Gardens. There are many counselors there who can speak to you in confidence. Walk into the Ministry of Youth. Speak to the technocrats in the ministry. and come up with something that is, and they will help you to come up with something that is viable and useful as a career, and turn away from a life of crime. Mr. Speaker, in the last few seconds that remain, I want to say to our young men, in particular, every single one of us who sit at this table, every young man who sits here, I'm not young again, used to be, had a choice, every single one of them, have a choice to either turn to something that is useful and beneficial to the country or a life of crime. They had a choice. They choose to make a valuable contribution to nation building. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to end by calling on our young men. Please, put down your weapons. Turn away from crime. There is help at the ministry. There is help in the church. Turn away. Walk into the church. Walk into people that can help you. I am willing to help you. We are willing to help you. And I make this solemn call because, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to see our young men in prison. The prison is already overpopulated. I don't want to see that. We don't want to see that. We want our young men to contribute to nation building. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Leader of Government Business. And I see MP for St. Andrew Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleasant good morning to everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice in support of the Firearms Amendment number 2 Bill 2024. Mr. Speaker, by introducing stricter penalties for a wide range of firearms-related offenses, the bill seeks to deter illegal possession, trafficking, and use of firearms. Mr. Speaker, the mandatory minimum sentence for various offenses, particularly the harsher penalties for automatic firearms, underscores government's commitment to curbing the proliferation of dangerous weapons and addressing severe impact of gun violence in our communities. These amendments aim to create strong legal framework that not only punishes offenders, but also serves as a robust deterrent against future violations. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is anticipated to have significant positive impact on mental health within the Grenadian community. By reducing the prevalence of illegal firearms and imposing stringent penalties on offenders, the bill aims to create a safer and more secure environment. Mr. Speaker, the reduction in gun-related violence and crime will likely lead to decreased level of fear, anxiety, and trauma among our citizens, fostering a sense of well-being and stability. Mr. Speaker, when communities feel safer, individuals are less likely to experience the chronic stress and mental health issues associated with living in high-crime areas. This initiative not only helps to remove potential threats, but also promotes a culture of responsibility and peace. As a result, the overall reduction in firearm availability and the associated decrease in violent incidents are expected to contribute positively to the mental health and quality of life of all Grenadians. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I strongly support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MP for St. Andrew Northwest. MP for St. George Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning I rise to make my contribution on what I believe is a historical series of amendments to the Firearms Act, And I want to start off by giving some sort of introduction to this matter, and also commend the hardworking members of the Royal Grenada Police Service, which I like to call them, who sacrifice on a daily basis their freedom and safety for the entire country. A sacrifice, Mr. Speaker, that many of us will refuse to make, but one that is absolutely necessary to preserve the peace and stability of our nation. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this tremendous sacrifice by our men and women in the service, those people who attempt to vilify and criticize and say that the RGPF is compromised seem to be very loud these days. But, Mr. Speaker, were we to pause for a moment and ask some simple questions? What did they do to enhance the force? What did they do to help them fight crime? What did they ever do to find solutions to the problems of illegal firearms on the streets of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique? What did they do? And the answer, I believe, is slim. That is why this rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, of hatred towards our senior officers and the Department of the National Security is dangerous, as it presents only the voice of Old Town and will never represent the voice of the people of Grenada. Because we believe, as genuine Grenadians, while it is necessary to critique, and sometimes it is, in times of danger, it is most necessary to act and to do something and respond with a solution to the situation. And Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the government of Grenada for acting in this regard. We must therefore seek to do our part as legislators. And that's why we are here today. So, by passing these series of amendments that the Grenada Bar Association is on board with, and I said, in some instances, it is a long time coming. It is important to amend these sections. And I could reference long-standing criminal attorney at law, Mr. Anselm Clouden, for example, for lending his voice in support of these amendments. Mr. Speaker, these amendments essentially will increase the penalties associated with the use of illegal guns and aims to reduce it altogether. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, just please, if I could just get some quiet, please. Mr. Speaker, essentially, as I said, the amendments will increase the penalties associated with the use of illegal guns and aims to reduce altogether the proliferation of illegal guns on the streets of Grenada. And this move comes following, Mr. Speaker, government's recent initiative through the Parliament to pass the gun amnesty. Again, by all indications, we have said that success for us is that at least even if one gun is illegal gun is off the streets, then we are satisfied. And so far, the results suggest that at least more than one has been removed, and then in operations by the RGPF, others have been confiscated to making Grenada a more peaceful environment. So, essentially, Clause 4 to 28 treats with the increases in penalties for the corresponding offences under each section. The issue, Mr. Speaker, for example, that I know some may raise this morning, of bail. It is clear, certainly from legal drafters' side, that bail, or this issue of not permitting bail, does not violate the doctrine of the separation of powers. In other words, Mr. Speaker, we are not the judiciary, we are the legislator. What we are doing is only passing law, and therefore it is the judiciary to determine and apply the law. necessarily. So that is not our role, as mentioned before, because the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, still retains ample discretion over the proceedings in our court. We do not have that jurisdiction, and therefore, where we sit, it is to deter, as you heard mentioned by the leader of government business, the proliferation of illegal guns on the streets of Grenada. So with these few words, I want to say that I fully support these series of amendments, and I am prepared to go all out to ensure that it is passed. Just speaking up from one of the members on the other side's previous comments in one of the other sittings, where he said that this essentially is a white-collar crime, I believe that he should be supporting these amendments and should be rising to say, Mr. Speaker, through you, that now we could begin to deal with such a white-collar crime in our society to ensure that the peace in Grenada and the stability that we enjoy is never threatened by those externally. But we will do our part to ensure that we preserve that peace as legislators and as other leaders in our society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP for St. George Northeast. MP for St. Patrick's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to give my full support to the Firearms Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024, against the backdrop that I think it's time, or the time has arrived, that we should adopt a zero-tolerance policy where illegal firearm proliferation is concerned. We need to send a strong message to our misguided youths out there who believe that trading in drugs and ammunition as a business, to be assured that this government will not tolerate this behavior. I also want to basically send a strong message to those non-nationals who also believe that they can come into our borders and trade in illegal firearms, that we will not tolerate that. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in recent months a rise in those activities, illicit killings of our young men in our country, and I think it's time that we put a stop to all of this. I am not saying that by increasing the fines and jail time will solve the problem. Some may argue that it will increase the population in the prison, which is already high. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, even if we have to build more prison space to deal with those who believe that they can get away with anything that they do illegally and make a living out of it, we want to send that message that this is not permitted. It's zero tolerance throughout where these are concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, I, as again said, I would like to lend my full support to this amendment to the Firearms number 2 bill of 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, MP for St. Patrick East. And I think it's the light of the MP for St. Andrew Southwest.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and a very pleasant good morning to all. I see the Prime Minister's father is here with us. Good morning. Mr. Speaker, I stand to give support to the Firearms Amendment Act number 2 bill of 2024. And I'm doing so on the basis of objective data available on weapon offenses in our country, and of the need, therefore, to put rigid, pragmatic measures in place to ensure that our country, our homeland, and our people safe, not just for ourselves, but for those who come to our shores. Mr. Speaker, I want to present to you some information, some hard data on weapon offenses in this country as far back as 2018 up to 2022. And Mr. Speaker, the data is showing that reported cases of possession of firearms, in 2018 was 21, in 2019, 13, in 2020, 17, in 2021, 25, in 2022, 34. So it has been increasing. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, reported cases of possession of ammunition in 2018 was 26, in 2019, 15, in 2020, 22, in 2021, 26, in 2022, 33. Again, over a 5-year period inclusive, there are the numbers showing that the offenses have been increasing. And Mr. Speaker, this one, reported cases of persons armed with a weapon in 2018, 127. In 2019, 246. In 2020, 333. In 2021, 396. In 2022, 460. So you see, Mr. Speaker, the objective conditions for the presentation of this bill here today are clear. And what it means is that the conditions for crime in this country are obvious. And hence the need for us to take measures to ensure that crime is reduced in our dear island. Mr. Speaker, there have been many theories and many studies on the relationship between crime and growth and the economic development of our country. A recent study, Mr. Speaker, by the Inter-American Development Bank on the crime situation in 17 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean revealed that the average cost of crime amounted to 3.6% of the country's GDP. So crime is in fact costly. So what in fact is being said here is that crime is often considered an impediment to our country's economic development and growth. And it's an impediment, Mr. Speaker, because it increases economic uncertainty. Crime discourages long-term development and new employment opportunities, very important for our young people and for the country. And of course, crime can erode and usurp the law of the land. And because of this, Mr. Speaker, many countries have put in place and developed comprehensive strategies aimed at crime prevention and crime reduction. And what we're doing today, Mr. Speaker, is simply one such strategy. Other strategies, Mr. Speaker, focus on the education of our youth, letting our youth see the value that exists in themselves, providing them with useful opportunities where they can channel their youthful energies in productive economic activities. The strategy seeks to ensure that development does not only take place with one set of people, and that development must be spread through the island so that people don't become marginalized. Because there is the view that marginalized people, those who haven't benefited, or those who are not benefiting from the economic development, can in fact get involved in criminal activities. And so, Mr. Speaker, what this bill amendment seeks to do is to create a society, a nation that values human life, that values human dignity, that values work. Work, Mr. Speaker, as the source of our income. That makes us understand that as a people, our living standard depends on what we can do to help ourselves. And that we must work and produce the goods and services that we consume, but also have enough to pay for the goods and services that we don't produce, but we consume. And so, Mr. Speaker, I give full support to this bill. As others before me would have said, the situation, the contemporary situation in our country, where our young men, our young productive men are giving their lives away, killing themselves, we have to arrest that situation. We have to put control to that situation. And therefore, as a government who cares, a government who cares for our people, cares for our young people, this bill is geared towards ensuring that our young people find useful avenues to unleash their creative ability, to unleash their energy, and to contribute meaningfully to the social and economic transformation of our homeland, Grenada, and its people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, MP for St. Andrews Southwest. Honorable. No. All right, I sense the debate is just about completed.
You wanted me to speak, Mr. Speaker? Yes. You wanted me to speak, Mr. Speaker? I'll oblige the government. I was listening, Mr. Speaker, quite intently because, quite frankly, I was unclear about what we were speaking of. The issue is crime. All we are doing here today is discussing a change in gun crime. But the proliferation of crime, of gun crime, is only one aspect of the proliferation of crime. Legislation aimed at dealing with guns is not going to solve the problem of crime in our society. That's not going to solve the problem. I know the government has other things they would like to address, and I want to commend, quite frankly, the approach which looks at gun crime. But first of all, let me start by saying this. Let's not make this a political issue, because crime knows no politics.
That's right.
Crime knows no colors. So my young brother from St. George, Northeast, Stop going back and say what you did. That has no place in this issue of crime. And the issue of mandatory minimums is not new. Don't make it sound like you're doing something new. If you look at the legislation, there has always been mandatory minimums for gun crime. But the truth is, it's not been applied. And there's a reason why it's not been applied. Because it seemed to be removing the discretion from judges and magistrates who are on the front line. You are not on the front line. Don't make it appear that you are not on the front line. You are not. The front line in the battle against crime does not rest in the parliament. I agree with us looking at the issue of gun crime. But let me say this. You know what I worry about? Your approach. You received a letter, and my young brother from St. George Northeast, you mentioned that the Bar Association is on board. But let me tell you this, the Bar Association wrote a letter to you dated 31st May 2024, in which it pointed out to you, the government, through your Attorney General. If your Attorney General is not communicating with you, then don't blame me, don't blame the Bar Association. In that letter, it raised the issue, and listen, please, one good quality of a politician is to listen. You do not know everything. Listen. The letter was written indicating that they would like to have discussions with you. Discussions on both the issue of mandatory minimums and on the issue of the removal of the discretion in the magistrate on the issue of bail. The letter was written, a long letter, from the Bar Association, signed by the president of the bar. I have copies of the letters. If she has not passed it to you, I will certainly give you a copy. What did you do? And when I say you, I mean you through your Attorney General. You responded. You responded to the Bar Association by saying, listen, man, this idea that you all have that mandatory minimums are unconstitutional and that discretion of the magistrate is unconstitutional, this idea you lawyers have, we know better. Therefore, at the end of her letter, she says, we are going to proceed. We will proceed without any consultation with those on the front line of the issue of crime. Now, you, my young brother from St. George Northeast, said the Bar Association is on board. And I know the Bar Association will get attacked. I know me as a criminal defense lawyer, I will be attacked. I represent ordinary working people who find themselves afoul of crime every single day, and I make no apologies. The point I'm making is this. Are you so arrogant as to believe you do not need to consult with the Bar Association on the issue of whether or not these things are constitutional or not? Is there such arrogance in you that you don't want to say that, look, you're doing it again. Look, you're doing it again. Debate the bill. No, I'm not debating the bill because I only have 15 minutes. I'm saying to you that the place you go to have consultation, and it may sound funny to you, is the Bar Association, who has in its ranks the highest ranking judicial officers. King's Counsel Francis Alexis, King's Counsel Ruggles Ferguson. You are saying to them, come to the Parliament and debate the bill. Yes. My brothers and sisters, I know I will be subject to attack. I said to you, let us, Mr. Speaker, are they speaking through you? I hope I have my time. Tell me when they're ready.
No, you go ahead. You proceed. I have not intervened. You proceed.
So you're not going to comment to them?
Proceed, Honorable MP, please.
I will proceed. The point I'm making is this. Please, let not your arrogance lead you to ignoring the senior members of the bar who are urging you to have consultation before you take this to the final stages. Your Attorney General indicated that they are not constitutional, they are not unconstitutional. Senior counsels believe they are. I cannot sit here this morning in 10 minutes and go through all the legal arguments about constitutionality or not. All I can do is this. All I can do is this, my young brothers. is invite you to come to court one day. Come to court on the last Thursday of every month, where you see mothers, brothers, sisters, uncles on both sides of crime, where you see probation officers, where you see magistrates, where you see people working to help you. That is where our crime begins, when our young people are juveniles. I say this to you. The truth is, you're right. You're right. The police are doing an excellent job. In fact, Grenada has one of the highest rates of solving crime throughout the Caribbean. And let us commend the police for that. What they need is not more guns. I noticed recently there's a story that we're getting more high-powered guns. Let me tell you the story of Trinidad and Tobago. You're putting more guns into the circulation of the country, high-powered guns. Trinidad and Tobago, years ago. You may be too young to remember Dole Chedi. When Dole Chedi had his criminal ring, the government decided we would solve crime. You know how we would solve crime? We would hang Dole Chedi and all the friends. So they hung about 5 or 6 of them. The next day, 10 people get killed in Trinidad. They armed the police, and where is Trinidad today? Please just listen. You're not listening. I'm saying that in Trinidad, they were along the same path. More weapons, harsher sentences, and the crime has continued to increase in Trinidad and Tobago. I'm saying this to say, my brothers and sisters, there are root causes of crime. There are root causes of crime, and all of us must come together to solve these root causes. What is the Bar Association doing? The Bar Association has invited you to discuss these root causes. The Bar Association has said we have a committee that includes the priests, that includes the private sector, that includes the labor movement, that includes people who act as magistrates. Let us sit together with all of these people to discuss what are the fundamental underlying roots of crime. Not just passing legislation to hang people for crime, but to find out why is it there is an increase. Why is it that young people are more prone to committing crime, or why? And we have extensive discussions every week on this issue. Magistrates. I have been before magistrates who are working hell hard to find solutions. I've seen young people, 15 and 16, now packing up the juvenile center. We must address these. I know the government has programs for that. I know that. I know the government will try, but I'm saying to you that you should have extensive consultations. The Bar Association is only offering itself as one of the avenues to go. Our magistrates are socially conscious. Our magistrates live among the people. Our magistrates are grounded here. They have a stake here. I know we have legislation coming shortly to disenfranchisement of dealing with certain bail issues. But our magistrates work hard every single day, to the extent that we work with magistrates to solve crime. The point I'm making, brothers and sisters, is that our magistrates are also on the front line. I commend the Prime Minister for talking about the situation at the prisons. The prisons is an incubator for crime. I commend it, because we have to deal with the issue. But let me tell you again, like in the US, the solution to crime is not just building more prisons. So crime goes up, you build more prisons, it goes up, you build more, you end up, as in America, you have a prison industrial complex. Soon you might be talking about privatizing the prisons like they've done in the US. No, we must solve the problem so the prisons become the last resort for people to go to. Brothers and sisters, members of Parliament, you have admitted, several of you have admitted, that these pieces of legislation will not solve crime. Look at the frontline workers. Are we investing more in the probation department? Are we investing more in programs for youth in the communities? We talk about what happened before. My colleague, their work programs, their programs, the Empower program, all of these programs were aimed at that. I noticed my brother from Southwest stopped his statistics for crime in 2021. It has increased since you've been sitting there. It has. But you refuse to go with those statistics. I like that. You stop somewhere in 2021. Well, that's fine. I understand politics. I've been around long enough to know you don't want to show that crime, and gun crime in particular, has increased over the last 2 years. Who do you blame for that? Yourselves? Is it your policies? Since you're blaming this side for what took place before, why don't you accept responsibility that gun crime has increased over the last 2 years? Well, accept it, say it. So don't make it political. Gun crime has been increasing over these last 3 years. I see it. So let us not treat this as politics. And you keep doing it. Let us not treat. We all have to come together, and that is what the Bar Association is saying. And the Bar Association is not a political tool of anybody. Mr. Speaker, there's another bill coming, and I will say more at that point. But in this case, these mandatory minimums, it is my view, without going into the details of the law, and we may get an exposition of the law, there will be an argument that it's not. We believe that it is not within the Constitution to remove the discretion. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. So there's a priest living in a house, and he has a gentleman living with him. And the gentleman comes home one evening with a gun. And the priest sees the gun, and the priest stashes it away to keep it away from the gentleman. So the priest took possession of the gun. He took possession of it, but he does not know what to do. It is not a joke, my young brother. The priest takes possession of the gun, and I have cases like this. The priest doesn't know what to do with it, so he hides it. So the priest has possession, and the priest has knowledge. Are you saying to me that a magistrate in that case, or a judge, should not be able to exercise discretion to say that I'll give him probation or give him some other sentence? In fact, he goes straight to jail for 10 years? Mr. Speaker, MPs are allowing to proceed. Mandatory minimums are mandatory minimums. I have a case recently where a child and the mother was picked up because the police was afraid that the man who owned the guns will say it belongs to them, and they go to jail. I'm simply saying that mandatory minimums have been found to be unconstitutional in some jurisdictions. I'm not saying that the bill does not provide some escape chutes, but I'm saying this. We have I speak a lot of lawyers on the other side who would make the arguments in a while. And I know my friend, while he does not practice criminal law, I know you will have been properly briefed on it, so he will have a response. The point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that the case of mandatory minimums need to be discussed. And while it is open to all kinds of interpretation, it is something that the Bar Association is calling for. Mr. Speaker, let me just say this in conclusion. I have 1 more minute left. I know that criminal defense lawyers are treated in a particular way. They seem to say of us that we are complicit in crime. But I'll tell you this, when their children or their constituents get locked up for small crime, they call us. We don't represent big corporations. I have not done that. And they commit multiple crimes too, like tax evasion and so on. My crimes are small crimes that we represent, but we are on the front line of dealing with this issue. We are partners with the government. Don't treat us as if we come here to cry for criminals. We come here as persons who want to uphold the law and who believe that working people and poor people have the same rights as big corporations when it comes to the law. So don't launch an attack on me and say, boy, Peter always talking about criminals. I do criminal defense, as does a certain section of the bar. In fact, if you read the proposal coming out of the CARICOM initiative in the Needham Declaration, they are saying that the governments should provide a legal aid system to provide legal assistance for people who cannot afford it. In our system, it is a group of about 4 or 5 of us who provide that legal representation for poor people who can't afford it. So don't use today to attack and say Peter always defending criminals. Yes, I do. I defend persons who run afoul of criminal law. I know I don't represent those who come out run afoul of corporate law and tax law. That is not my forte. My forte is the ordinary working people who I represent. Much of that.
I'm seeing 2 lights on. Why is that light?
Ladies first.
Okay. MP for constituency of St. John.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. This legislative action is a clarion call from all citizens for decisive measures to curb what seems to be a slow and creeping escalating tide of gun violence, a scourge that has deeply affected families, friends, and members of my constituency and our nation at large. Mr. Speaker, the urgency of this bill cannot be overstated. In recent times, some of our communities have been marred by the echoes of gunshots with innocent lives being disrupted or cut short. This is not just a statistic, Mr. Speaker. It is a devastating loss that reverberates through our community, highlighting the critical need for the stringent measures proposed in this bill. By significantly enhancing penalties, as seen in the increase from 5 to 15 to 40 years for serious firearm offenses, this bill aligns with successful regional precedents, Mr. Speaker, where similar legislation has led to a notable decline in gun-related crimes, demonstrating, Mr. Speaker, that stringent penalties can indeed serve a powerful deterrent against the proliferation of illegal firearms. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to tighten bail conditions for firearm offenses, ensuring that those charged under the Firearms Act with offenses punishable by extensive imprisonment are not granted bail. And this part of the amendment, Mr. Speaker, is something that I am very passionate about. Mr. Speaker, I am passionate because this measure is crucial for preventing reoffending and ensuring that integrity of our judicial process, much like the successful modules observed in Barbados and the Bahamas, where strict bail conditions have contributed to more controlled handling of gun-related cases. And, Mr. Speaker, if I am to play devil's advocate based on the sentiments that was expressed by my colleague member through you on the opposite side, the word on the street is, Mr. Speaker, that had bail not been granted for some of our victims of gun-related crimes in the past weeks, most of them might have been alive today. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, the introduction of a specific offense of possessing firearms or ammunition under expired license addresses a critical loophole that has long needed closure. This is a proactive approach, Mr. Speaker, similar to one that was recently adopted by St. Lucia, where tighter controls on firearm license have led to improved compliance and safety in their communities. Mr. Speaker, the evidence is clear across the Caribbean. When robust firearm regulations are enacted and rigorously enforced, they lead to safer, more secure societies. The Firearm Amendment Bill, Mr. Speaker, is not merely a regulatory update. It is a vital component of a broader strategy to restore peace and order in our communities. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in addressing the critical issues laid before this Honourable House, it is vital to approach every legislative measure with clarity and precision in understanding. It was remarked by the member of the opposition, through you, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "Legislation that deals with gun violence cannot solve the issues of crimes." And so, Mr. Speaker, while I appreciate my colleagues' attempt to engage with this serious matter, whether I quote verbatim or I make reference to what you said in a nutshell, it doesn't matter. It is crucial to correct a fundamental misrepresentation of intent and scope of the Firearms Amendment Bill 2024. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues who on several occasions and time again claim to say that we are young and we don't know what was and what is, and they know so much, that they take the time to read the bill. And I would agree with them, I would agree with the members on the other side, that we cannot politicize the issue of gun violence or crime in general. And so to come and stand in this Honourable House and misrepresent what this bill is trying, this amendment is trying to fulfill, I think that they should be pointed out for that, Mr. Speaker, and to rectify that. So I encourage my colleagues on the other side to read the bill before you make interventions in this House. Mr. Speaker, to suggest that this amendment seeks to single-handedly solve all aspects of crime, as I mentioned, is to misunderstand its purpose profoundly. This legislation is not a magic bullet. It is, however, a critical part of a multifaceted strategy aimed at strengthening our legal framework to address one of the most lethal forms of criminal activity. The assertion by the member, Mr. Speaker, reflects a missed opportunity to recognize the potential impact of targeted legislative action as part of a broader crime reduction strategy. Moreover, it is quite unfortunate that the member opposite me views this essential legislative step through such a narrow lens. This bill, Mr. Speaker, seeks to enhance penalties and tighten controls around firearm offenses, specifically because these are the tools within our legislative purview. And so let us not, now I just read so I know how to come out, how to stand there and make my intervention. So let us not misplace the separation of powers and talk about things that is not specific to our mandate within this House. Mr. Speaker, this bill indeed does exactly what we are trying to accomplish by targeting the most violent elements within our society. It is a measured, thoughtful response to a clear and present danger. And so, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, while no single law can eradicate all crime, strong, decisive legal measures, let me reiterate that, Mr. Speaker, strong, decisive legal measures can and do make a significant difference in curbing the specific problems they target. It is through cumulative efforts, including social, educational, and economic interventions, alongside robust legal frameworks, that we will see a comprehensive reduction in crime. And so I urge my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, through you, including the members of the opposite side, to consider the broader context and the potential impact of this bill. And so I will end by the words of my colleague, who I admire dearly, that we ought to move forward in not a bipartisan way, in not a political way, to try to bring politics involved in such a national issue. But we must also be mindful that we ought not to misplace skepticism, but with a unified commitment, Mr. Speaker, we can ensure the safety or the continued safety and well-being of all our citizens in Grenada. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MP, for the constituency of St. John. Whose light is on? MP for Carrick-on-Matnick. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I too stand to give full support
If you don't add multi-X to your Playway bets, then you're definitely missing out on bigger winnings. The NLA has added 7X to the multi-X draws. Imagine playing your favorite Playway number or symbol for $10 with multi-X added. Then, wow! 7X is drawn. You win bigger. Not just $240, but $240 multiplied by 7. Whoa! That's $1,680. 7X added for a limited time only. Add multi-X to your Playway bets every day, 3 times per day, Monday to Saturday, for chances to win bigger. Not only free plays or winnings multiplied by 3 or 5, but winnings multiplied by 7 too. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, make your dreams come true.
Good morning, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Mid-Morning Draw for today, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Manisha Charles. With me this morning is Ms. Aliyah Malcolm from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that the show is conducted in an accounted manner, that the game was with industry standards and in no way tampered with. At this time, your tickets at hand. It's Daily Pick 3. It pays to play. Good luck. Morning is check the tickets in the meantime. First number is 2, second number is 1, then the final number is 9. Let's recap those numbers. Something on the screen. Check your tickets. First number is 2, the second 1, third and final is 9. So that's 2, 1, and 9. Congratulations to all our winners. For Daily Pick 3 tickets drawn last evening, we had a total prize payout of $12,730 with a total of 67 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Before we leave, got some info for you. The NLA is pleased to announce another hosting of the Buy $5, Get One Free Daily Games BOGO. This amazing promotion runs from now until Thursday, 27 June 2024. Here's how it works. For every $5 you spend on a single ticket in Daily Cash for Daily Pick 3 or Playway, excluding multi-X, you will receive a free quick pick ticket valued at $1. For Daily Cash for Daily Pick 3, the ticket will be of an inline bet. Remember, the more tickets you buy in increments of $5 in single purchases, the more free quick pick tickets you will receive. Take advantage of this fantastic offer with our daily games. The NLA thanks you for your continued support towards funding of sports, culture, and nation-building initiatives in the Tri-Island state. The Playway Multi-X draw comes up next. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another Playway Multi-X Mid-Morning Draw for today, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Manisha Charles. With me again is Ms. Aliyah Malcolm from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that the show is conducted in an accounted manner, and the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. Let's play Playway, follow your dreams, and on your way. Good luck. This morning is 8. Let's recap the number 08. 8 represents the dream symbol spider. Congratulations to all our winners. It's now time for the multi-X draw. Hope we got your tickets out. Let's play and good luck. This morning's winning multi-X ball is FB. Let's recap. This morning's winning multi-X ball is FB. Congratulations to all winners. For Playway multi-X ticket drawn last evening, we had a total prize payout of $18,792 with a total of 440 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next, you got your daily cash flow draw. We'll see you really soon. Welcome back everyone to another daily cash flow mid-morning draw for today Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Anisha Charles. With me once again is Ms. Aliyah Malcolm from Morrison and Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that the show is conducted in an accounting manner, that the game balls with industry standards and are always tampered with. At this time, your tickets at hand. It's daily cash flow. More plays, bigger prizes. Let's find out what this morning's winning numbers will be. Good luck to you.
Second number is also 7, third number is 3, fourth number is 2.
Let's recount those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number is 7, the second is 7, third 3, fourth and final is 2. So that's 7, 7, 3, and 2. Congratulations, all winners. For daily cash for ticket drawn last evening, we had a total prize payout of $4,400 with a total of 22 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Reminding you as always to go and grab your tickets for the midday games, because when you do, you help to support sports, culture, and the nation building. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful day.
Like family, it's always exciting when lottery players get together. Now the lottery games are joining in the fun. Check out the multiplier family of Instacash games. 5 times the cash at $2, 10 times the cash at $3, and 20 times the cash at $5. On your tickets, match any of our numbers with any of the winning numbers and win the prize below that number. There's more. Multiply your winnings up to 5 times, 10 times, or 20 times more. Winning is easy. Play Monday to Sunday. There are no draws to wait on. Win instantly. It's the multiplier family of Instacash games with over $675,000 to be won instantly. Don't just buy one, buy all, because family is everything. Must be 18 years and older to play. NLA, making family dreams come true.
Also look at opportunities for growth and development of our country as well. So I hope this would not be the most important bill, maybe one of, but not the most important. Mr. Speaker, but I too am concerned about what I'm querying what happens in addition to the bill. Because right now, this is a standalone, perhaps some may say knee-jerk effort to curb the rise in crime, because certainly, as from the data I've heard on the other side, it has been increasing over the years, but in recent times, the data show that there's been a jump. There's been a significant recent increase. And so that is why I mentioned knee-jerk, because if you're going to just put a law, impose a law to restrain people and not look at the root cause, not look at how you're going to deal with it, then it is a knee-jerk reaction, Mr. Speaker, and it shows that there has not been any in-depth thoughts and reflections on the whole issue, the issue as a whole. And you know, my colleague here for the town of St. George alluded to the lack of consultation for a critical section of the frontliners when it comes to law, and that is a matter of big concern. So there couldn't have been even time to consult. We just do something to say we're doing something. It has to be something that is going to have impact and positive impact. So I ask myself, things like training, things like education, things like creating opportunities, things like teaching young people about conflict resolution, because we know the majority of deaths in recent time by firearm or guns or however we call them, the victims have been young people. Where is the hope for young people? What are the opportunities for employment, Mr. Speaker? This month, graduations have started. 2 of my colleagues could not be here today because they have to go to graduation. And so every Form 5 is graduating. Later on, TAMCC will be graduating. And I think while the legislation should not deal with this, but we had an agenda item that speaks to ministerial statements. And I was hoping that since the other alternatives, the other measures that are going to be employed may not have relevance directly for this law, I thought maybe 1 or 2 of the ministers, the Prime Minister, for example, as Minister for National Security and who is the overall responsible, would have been telling us some of the things that they are doing in addition to a word came to my mind, but perhaps it's inappropriate, I will not say it. But in addition to just increasing fines and increasing the imprisonment, the prison is already full. It's overflowing. That is what has been said. And if we just go into everything as a fine, is a prison sentence, just know we wouldn't have. And as my colleagues from the tongue asked the question, are we going to resolve it by building more prisons? Mr. Speaker, we had some programs. The NNP administration had some programs. They have been attacked, they have been vilified, they have been thrown out. And that's the government's right and prerogative to throw out anything that they're not satisfied with. But my question is, what has replaced it that is of greater value, that is of better benefit to the young people that we are concerned about? What has replaced the Imani program? And I hear that they're having re-registration. I hope that is not some kind of ruse to get Imanis to come and hand them a pink slip. But, you know, we had the CES program, we had the soft loan program, we had the Empower programs. And if they were not okay, then what has replaced them? And even if it could not be put in ministerial, the section for ministerial statements, perhaps this parliamentary sitting could have been preceded by a statement by the Prime Minister, because he does that on occasions, just to let us know that it's not just the law to put you in prison or to make you pay money, but it's also to prevent, to give young people that opportunity and that hope. And we have not heard that yet. So I will be listening. I have no problem with the fines and so on. That's for if the judiciary has an issue, they will raise it from that point. But I have a serious problem because, you know, apart from the 1 additional year that the government has offered youths or mandated that youths remain in school, what else? And that came without a plan. Up to now, we have not heard a concrete plan that says youths who have been mandated to spend 1 more year in school will be offered X, Y, Z opportunities. We have not heard it yet. Mr. Speaker, it says that the bill is saying to the general public that a life of crime is not the path to walk. Then shouldn't we teach them the path to walk? Shouldn't we give them opportunities to walk various paths that can lead to a better quality of life, to development for themselves, for their families, for the country? We're telling them what not to do. But we should also tell them what we're offering them so that they can do it. Mr. Speaker, we agree on this side that we need to have a collective effort to quell the spate of killings before it becomes a way of life in Grenada. We all pride ourselves on the safety and security of this country, and Grenada has benefited tremendously because of this, and I don't need to go into it. But however, Mr. Speaker, the means is woefully limited and inadequate to save our youth and our country if all we're going to do is charge you more money, which you can't pay, and put you in prison for doing certain things. There has to be more effective measures and hopeful measures for our people. Mr. Speaker, As I have said, I have no problems with the legislation as presented. My problem is that I do not see the government making any real, any tangible offer to the youths and say, have no fear. We know you have problems. We know you have concerns. And maybe what went before wasn't good enough for you. We have something better to offer you. Here it is. Let us walk the better pathway, and let us not just offer our young people a deterrent for crime. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MP, for the constituency of St. Mark. MP for St. George South.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to, first of all, humbly, Mr. Speaker, give some advice to the members on the other side, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that when we come into this parliament, it's serious business. And Mr. Speaker, I urge the members on the other side to at least come prepared. At least come prepared, Mr. Speaker. We had the bill to revise it, to go through it, Mr. Speaker. And when we come in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, we should be coming to debate the bill. Not everything else except the bill. Mr. Speaker, I heard the MP for the town of St. George said that he is in the front line. Mr. Speaker, let me remind him that it is the people, Mr. Speaker, who are in the front line. Gun violence, Mr. Speaker, most times he may not be affected by it, but the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Peter Martin, Mr. Speaker, over the last few months have been traumatized, have been concerned, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we as a government would be irresponsible if we sat there and done nothing. But Mr. Speaker, what bothers me is that we are coming to amend this bill. And it seems, Mr. Speaker, like the opposition is upset. Like they are against us coming in Parliament today, Mr. Speaker, to address this matter. And Mr. Speaker, while we were speaking, the leader of the opposition said, God help us. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to him through you that God indeed helped us. Mr. Speaker, the government stance on gun violence stems from a profound sense of responsibility to safeguard our citizens from harm. Mr. Speaker, we have seen over the past few months, lives were tragically cut short or forever altered by senseless acts of gun violence. Families mourn, communities suffer, and the fabric of our society is torn by these preventable tragedies. Mr. Speaker, let us be clear. The government efforts are not about restricting the rights of responsible gun owners. Rather, they are about enacting sensible measures to prevent firearms from falling into wrong hands, into the hands of criminals, those with severe mental issues, or individuals prone to violence. By doing so, we aim to create a safer environment where our children can go to school without fear, where our neighborhoods can thrive without the shadow of gun violence looming over them. Furthermore, the government recognizes that gun violence is not just a matter of legislation. It requires coordinated effort involving law enforcement, healthcare professionals, educators, and community leaders. It requires education and awareness campaigns to promote responsible gun ownership and storage practices. Importantly, these efforts are grounded in evidence and guided by the experts, stakeholders, and broader public. They reflect a balanced approach that exceeds the rights in our Constitution while protecting the safety of all of our citizens. And Mr. Speaker, the Honorable MP for St. John's just gave some stats on some of the Caribbean islands with gun violence. And it shows where you have stricter regulations leading to fewer crimes when it comes to gun violence. Mr. Speaker, even in the United States of America, there was a study done, and it showed that where the gun violence, the legislation was stricter, you had fewer crimes. So, Mr. Speaker, we are not just doing it because we just want to do something. Mr. Speaker, it was research and the evidence is there. And Mr. Speaker, it is a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, they can laugh how much you want to laugh. But this is a serious matter, and this government is, Mr. Speaker, prepared to do what we have to do in order to reduce the gun violence. And Mr. Speaker, let me just say this. Grenada is poised between Trinidad, Venezuela, and other islands, Mr. Speaker, where you have a lot of guns. And Mr. Speaker, we are prime target for those countries to supply guns. So if we don't do something now, Mr. Speaker, we may become as Trinidad, where we cannot go back. So we are being proactive by taking measures, Mr. Speaker, that the other side may not have taken. But sometimes you have to do what is best for the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MP for St. George South. I sense we have exhausted the debate. I invite the Leader of Government Business. Prime Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to members of the House. Mr. Speaker, I actually want to start by commending in particular the MP for the Republic of St. John for her well-researched, articulate and erudite presentation this morning. And to be frank, Mr. Speaker, I am not so sure that I could add anything more useful to what she has done. But we're in the midst of the youth parliamentary debates that are ongoing. And so I saw two things from the other side, which from a pure technical point of view, I think I should point out, because it may stand our young parliamentarians who are debating in good stead. It's called distraction in relation to the presentation from the MP for St. Mark, which is don't debate that which is before you, but divert attention to other things in the hope that you miss the mark of what we are treating with here today, which is a specific bill to address increases in sentences for all firearms-related offenses. That's what we're here to debate, and the reasons why. So all of the responses about what we are doing for young people, what we are doing for Imani, what we we are doing to empower youth biz, etc., is not a debate for the Firearms Amendment Bill. So that's distraction, but I will quickly respond on some of those issues. What we are doing for the Imanis, we are the ones who increase their salaries to $1,200 per month. What are we doing for the young people on Youth Biz? There are at least 65 of them who have gotten soft loans and training programs that are ongoing. The Minister for Housing, Social and Community Development is not here, but she's piloting parenting programs under the IRE program to address at-risk parents and at-risk youth. The Honourable Member for the Town of St. George talked about what other measures we need to do. We know that is where crime starts, from the home. From dysfunctioning families, from young men and women with no parents, or parents with poor parenting skills who themselves can't even cope with the challenges of life, much less parenting. And that is why the Minister for Social and Community Development has been at pains to champion the need for ensuring that in some cases we have to teach parenting, and she has been piloting that. What are we doing? We signed a memorandum of agreement with the Maria Holder Memorial Trust in Barbados to build the Father Madigan home, to rebuild the building there, to treat with young men who otherwise don't have a place to live. But that's not what the debate here is about this morning. So perhaps my distinguished and experienced colleague from St. Mark has not appreciated that yesterday marked 2 years since I was sworn in as Prime Minister. And she's missed the enormous amount of time we spent reporting to the nation at the various town hall, the last of which ended at around 11 o'clock last night in St. George, Northeast, where we were reporting about what we are doing in relation to the young men. Frontline. Well, crime doesn't begin and end in the magistrate's court in St. George's or St. Andrew or Carriacou. Crime takes place in the streets of Grenada, in the villages of Grenada. And being a criminal defense attorney doesn't make you, as compared to the rest of us or the rest of the citizens, any more on the front line of crime than we are. So a stone's throw away from where the young man was executed in Snow Corner is where myself, the Minister for Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, and the MP for South St. George, and the MP for Northeast, where this crime happened, we were there on Saturday afternoon talking with the young men. They said to me, in the entire history of Grenada, no politician, no prime minister, no minister has ever come to them where they are, in their homes, in their streets. They said, that one passing the black van, he might go up in Vietnam or Willis. And if he was there, you would have thought it was a paramilitary exercise. So, Mr. Speaker, to the young parliamentarians watching the debate, this debate is about the Firearms Amendment Bill number 2, and specifically the amendments to the sentencing surrounding the Firearms Bill. So, when you can't address the subject, you will engage in distraction, throw mud, and hope something sticks. It's a technique. If the other side isn't paying attention, you might get away with it. But we are paying attention. The next technique is, if logic and reason fails, resort to passion and emotion. And so, the learned and distinguished friend, as we would say if we were in the magistrate court or the high court, but the Honourable MP for the town of St. George, as we would say in this house, admitted he didn't know we had Parliament today. Came back from New York last night, so I understand logic and reason wouldn't prevail here because he's probably not prepared. I notice he has not made reference to a single clause in the bill. So therefore, you resort to passion and you resort to emotion. And as I told the Honourable Leader of Government Business this morning, once a very good, learned and distinguished friend of both of ours, who also practiced extensively at the criminal defense bar. We were in court once before the magistrate who, a very senior magistrate, affectionately known as Chief. And we were, believe it or not, in Guelph. And the magistrate court in Guelph always has a certain theater to it. And there was an impassioned plea by defense counsel on behalf of his client. And the magistrate, somebody looked at him and said, "You talk good. You talk real good. But I will set up your client." And so you see, Mr. Speaker, we have to mix passion with logic, with empirical facts, and with truth. So let's do a little history lesson. You see, Mr. Speaker, some of us seem to forget, this is not about politics, it's about facts. Some of us seem to forget that we were in office. Some of us seem to forget, Mr. Speaker, that we've had the opportunity. And in many instances, to their credit, we were working on things. So there's something called Caribbean Firearms Roadmap from since 2013, of which the then administration was part of which a focal point had been appointed to address this very issue of the state of Grenada's legislation in relation to firearms. And the report prepared under their administration, and I don't want to misquote them, so Mr. Speaker, so bear with me, let me find the report. The report clearly required the strengthening of Grenada's firearms legislation across the board. So this amendment, Mr. Speaker, on sentencing is just the start. Because the report clearly pointed out other loopholes in the legislation, specifically as it relates to brokerage in relation to firearms, explosives, transshipment, or international obligations in relation to other countries to report the tracing, the marking of firearms. It's a decade in the making. So the need to strengthen our firearms legislation is clear. And just so that the public understands the context of what we are dealing here, let me point this out, Mr. Speaker. Our Firearms Act dates back to 1968, pre-independence. It was amended in 1973, 1976, and in 1990. So there's been no major amendment for the last 30 years. We are now in 2024, Mr. Speaker, and the MP for St. Andrew Southwest gave some statistics about reported. Now, reported isn't convicted, because you could report stuff, the cases could disappear, etc. I'm going to give up to 2023, and then up to 2024, the actual statistics in relation to convictions for firearms possession. 2019, 13. 2020, 10. 2021, 4. 2022, 11. 2023, 30. 2024, 6 months only, 35.
Wow. More diligent by the police.
Right? That is in relation to firearms actually confiscated by the police in the last 6 months. Now, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the amnesty, 4 firearms and 131 rounds of ammunition have been handed in by persons, and I want to commend these persons for making use of the amnesty. And I want to take this opportunity to re-emphasize that the amnesty is in effect. The amnesty is in effect. We are encouraging persons who have illegal or illicit firearms, persons who know of persons who have illegal firearms and ammunition, to encourage them to take advantage of the amnesty. We are being transparent. We are being open. We are saying to you, the cart has been extended. Make use of the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, there are ongoing active investigations where we are confident, based on my debriefing, that even more persons are going to be arrested and charged with firearms. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage persons. The amnesty is in effect. Take advantage of the amnesty. We will do everything, Mr. Speaker, in our court in next month to highlight, to emphasize, to encourage persons to take advantage of the amnesty. I want to invite the honorable members on the other side to do so. Because we indicated, Mr. Speaker, that we would amend the legislation to create stiffer penalties for persons who thereafter are found with illicit firearms. So, the Honourable MP for the town of St. George talks about corporate crime and tax crime and little man crime and poor man crime. All crime is crime. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how killing someone with a fire could ever be classified as insignificant. I don't know where maiming someone with a firearm could ever be classified as insignificant. What is the value of a firearm? What is it made for? It is made to kill. It is made to maim. Why would you want to encourage persons to have firearms? Why would we not do everything in our power to dissuade them from doing so? So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the table of increases in the sentences, they are meant, Mr. Speaker, to send a clear message that from a values perspective, and I want to emphasize this, Mr. Speaker, we don't pass law for passing law's sake. The law must be reflective of the values of the society. If we are saying, as a society, public safety, public order, the preservation of life, the preservation of limb, trumps everything. If you are dead, there's no human rights to talk about. If you are dead, you can't fight over property. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have to make it clear that our laws reflect our values. And if our values is the sanctity of life, then we should do everything in our power to make sure that our law reflects that. So, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about things like the unlawful importation, exportation, transshipment of firearms, firearms are brought into Grenada. We want to make it clear that if you're caught engaging in this, the consequences will be condign. That they will be severe. What is the existing fine? If you are transshipping, importing, exporting unlawful firearms, the fine is $3,000. What's the message we're sending? Continue doing it. $3,000 summary conviction. Imprisonment 6 months. Mr. Speaker, I won't call any names, but I'll make this point. Two of the young men who were killed in the recent spate of gun violence. In one case, his first conviction was in 2012. Thereafter, he had 21 convictions. And his life came to an end abruptly. And I would dare say before his natural time, in 2024. His first conviction was in 2012. Mr. Speaker, may I have 1 minute to wrap up?
Granted.
His first conviction was in 2012. So for the next 14 years, for the next 12 years, 2024, 21 convictions, an average of almost 2 per year. The other one, his first conviction was in 2005. Thereafter, 26 convictions. 2005, 2004, 19 years. His life came to an end. Sometimes you actually save their lives by putting them in jail. It's a cold truth that is difficult sometimes to swallow. Sometimes you have to protect people from themselves. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to re-emphasize, as it was so clearly put by the MP for St. John, that this is simply one of the tools to combat the consequences of the illicit proliferation of firearms and the use of firearms within Grenada. And this is part of a broader regional strategy, Mr. Speaker, that we are treating with. I obviously don't have time, but there are lengthy reports coming from CARICOM Impacts that speaks to the trafficking of firearms, the impact it has had, and the measures that we need to take from a public health safety point of view, from a collaboration with our colleagues in the region, including, as you may be aware, Mr. Speaker, some of our countries have joined a lawsuit in the United States brought by Mexico against the gun manufacturers in the United States, because that is where the firearms are coming from. So, Mr. Speaker, I am grateful for the indulgence that you granted to me, and I too strongly recommend and support the enactment of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. And now, Leader of His Majesty Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sometimes I sit in this honorable house. After my years of experience in this house, I become more and more troubled with some of the things and the mindset of some of the language and words I've heard from members of this House. Mr. Speaker, I heard it being said that the members on the opposition side were not addressing the bill. It's quite fascinating to hear this. And it's coming from mouths that you did not expect. The member for the town of St. George, Mr. Speaker, was addressing specific problems that relates to crime and activities occurring in the country. We've come here with a bill to deal with gun violence and aspects of that. So it is right and proper to speak to those issues. So I don't know how it could be defined as being out of context. Maybe I was not here for the last 40 years. Out of context? And who's saying this? People have just come here for 2 days. I'm talking to members on this side about you didn't read bill, you didn't go here, you didn't do this. I'm a member of this house. I'm a member of this side. And I find it strange and insulting, Mr. Speaker, that those language are being used. But Mr. Speaker, because I've been here for a while, I need to advise, I need to make this point. The standing order of this house specifically refers to reading a person's speech in this house. It seems like we've forgotten that. Reading right through the heads as stuck in a sheet of paper. That is not in keeping with the standards of this house. If you don't know, you have to just talk. And this is a member, Mr. Speaker, who came to my office and then said some things afterwards. But listen to him today. Mr. Speaker, I am just advising again, and I mentioned it before, that the standing orders of this house must be kept. I heard people have been congratulating on brilliant speech and research. If I write something and I give you to read, then you can sound good, but you're stuck in a sheet of paper. That is not what debate in this House is all about. So I could not give any commendation to what is fundamentally wrong. I would not give commendation. The little children always make statements like this. Little children. Mr. Speaker, it appears that members of the government, I seem to think, by coming to this House and posture about all the sentences and increase in penalties and, oh, we sound great, we will solve crime tomorrow. Yes, we will, because we've increased penalties to massive amount. We're going to put you in jail for 30, 40, 20 years. And fool of gun. It sounds as if you're a bad boy. We're going to deal with the bad boys. Oh yes? That is how you deal with problems. Societies have had problems over the years. Grenada, other countries. They have passed laws. There's something called death penalty for murder. People still commit murder. So you could pass all the laws. In fact, there are a lot of laws that are on the books that are not being dealt with appropriately. You know, and the management of the country has to take responsibility. Are people ducking responsibility when things are happening in your country? If you are in charge, things are happening, you have to take fundamental responsibility. Nobody will say that you did it yourself, but you have a responsibility. So don't duck responsibility. And you'll try to duck, you'll use words, but it won't suffice. Yes, they might say talking with emotions. Yes, I have to talk with emotions. Yes. If they're not used to other parliaments to see members operate, they will understand. Maybe they should learn. Take time to learn. So you could bring high-powered guns. We're getting high. Big announcement. What, that's going to solve crime? That come and buying more high-powered guns, bringing more guns. That will solve. This is not a critic that taking steps. The member for the Tongue of St. George did not criticize from what, well, I was listening. He did not criticize or was against the fact that the government is coming in with some initiative. He may not agree with all aspects of it.
That's right.
He was saying, if you believe that by itself will solve the problem, joke you're making. That is what he was saying. And I heard he has not mentioned clauses. Those of us who understand the issue of science, you know, if you have one thing being said and all you have is ABCD, then why you have to go through every clause? The fundamental thing is all items in the clauses as I read them and say, I did not read it. Do not read it. All it talks about increasing sentences and increasing penalties. Do you have to say whether it's 3,000, 40,000, 20,000, 10 years jail, 15 years jail? Nonsense. Nonsense. The young men and young women that we're talking about here, we know every society has its problems. Mr. Speaker, when we're in government, there are times when there are upsurging crimes, and none cannot say you won't blame the government or ministers of government when government might take some action which might yield negative results. So we can deal with that. But to say they are directly responsible, it's a mistake. So, Mr. Speaker, what we are saying is the social and economic conditions in our country the initiatives you take will in fact, because the fundamental reason, in fact, will deal with the issues that we are trying to solve. So by coming here, you're coming here to deal with penalties in the hope that those initiatives will help you to lower the incentive to commit crimes and activities of violence. That's why we are. So the issue of dealing with the social consequences of your action is relevant to this debate. So I don't understand when say not addressing the clauses. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense, Mr. Speaker. Yes, no. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Mr. Speaker, all young people are dealing with issues that when I was growing up we never had to deal with. So it's not a question of condoning or being sympathetic, but it's a question of understanding the problems. The social media problems have their pluses and their minuses. The technological advances that we are in today, we didn't have to face this. I didn't have to face this growing up in my little village of Brazan and Happy Hill. I didn't have to face this. But the young people today are faced with all those problems. And we have to come to terms. So when we're talking about dealing with crime, which I assume that the government is intended to do by coming here, we have to broadly talk about other issues that we can use to deal with this problem. If we are coming here just to talk about guns, then, well, I don't know what we're doing here. I assume that the government intention is how do we advance the cause of creating a more peaceful society and less problems for society. That's what I assume. Therefore, these opposition members here, from what I've heard, never spoke that you should not take initiative. What we're saying is if you believe that by itself will solve the problems of crime and issues in your society, then you're fundamentally flawed. You're fundamentally flawed in your reasoning. Mr. Speaker, as I was going to point out a while ago, when similar issues occurred and we are worried about, you've got to gather all aspects of the society. The Bar Association, the police force, the private sector, the religious communities, leadership, government, of course, the trade unions, and all other persons who have demonstrated interest in dealing with issues of this nature. We got them together because we understood that we don't have all the answers for the problems. That's right. We understood that just coming in Parliament because we have the majority and we pass a bill, oh yes, we have succeeded, we've solved the crime in the country. We understood that's one aspect, but not by itself. So I hope you do not say the opposition come here and they criticize us. Nonsense. The opposition is advancing rationale for overall solutions to the problem which you intend to help by coming here today. Mr. Speaker, this is why the issues of our society, we have to come to terms with this. The leadership that we had in parental homes and that we got as young boys and girls growing up, the young people, many cases, the homes are left fatherless. The women are mostly by themselves. In many cases, they are by themselves and they need support. So we have to bear that in mind when we're coming up with solutions. That's why all the programs that we initiated, and there could be others who's going to say, Mr. Speaker, that what we came up with was comprehensive and maybe the new government might come up with different ideas, additional points. We're not saying what we did was perfect, but we're saying to cut those programs out because it was started by NNP is backward, so to speak. So, the Imani, it's a simplistic approach, I heard. We increase the Imani by $1,200. That's your solution to the Imani? What nonsense is this? Am I listening? Am I really listening? Am I listening, Mr. Speaker, at $1,200? Because I did a great... The money program was not meant to about amount of money. It was about training and mindset and development, Mr. Speaker. That's what it meant to be. You talk, give me a chance, Mr. Prime Minister. Take it, Mrs. Prime Minister. Learn to take it. Take it. Well, stop bad talk.
Okay, hello.
Black and white, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable MP, just hold.
I wish, Mr.
Just hold. I would tolerate a certain amount of bickering and exchange, right, in the House. But once it becomes disturbing and confusional, I will stop it. So bickering to a certain extent will be tolerated. But I urge you to control what you're saying and your emotions. Also you, Leader of His Majesty Opposition.
Yes.
You seem to have become very emotional.
I have a right, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Listen to me, please.
I have a right.
Listen to me, please.
Yes.
And then once you become very emotional, our language.
What's wrong with my language, Mr. Speaker?
We have to take care of.
What was wrong with my language, Mr. Speaker?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what was wrong with my language?
Please. Honorable Leader, the Speaker is on his feet. Can you sit?
Yes, I could take it. Yeah, go ahead. You're the boss. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. I don't expect you that later.
I sat.
Yes.
And I listened to the honorable gentleman making reference to language used here,
yes.
How people speak, making reference to people reading. I, as Speaker, you like to know, I, as Speaker, I'm aware of the standing orders. And so the honorable gentleman must know that the Speaker may use his discretion. I'm sure the honorable gentleman knows this. And so, in the same vein, when the honorable gentleman urge and encourage members to speak in a certain way and context, I, as Speaker, trying to ensure that what you advise this House stayed across the floor. So that it's not just language for one set of people, but language for the House and the Chamber. Honorable Leader of His Majesty Opposition, and I will invite you to continue.
Mr. Speaker, I must admit, I don't understand what you've just said, honestly. It's above my head. According to somebody, it's above my pay grade and competence. Mr. Speaker, I just must comment on this, and that's my right too. But I make the point. The money program is a program meant to empower, to develop, and to aid and support the young people. Not about $1,200 or $1,000 or $500. This is not about the money. In fact, we do not have any money program right now. Because the money program came, you were supposed to come into a program for 2 years, train and get some self. Mr. Speaker, you just spoke. Please give me a chance. And I respect the father of the house, at least. Although you say self-style, father, look in the Hansard and you'll see who came up with it. It was not mine, came from me. But I'm saying, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I remember for St. George Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, I'm standing on a point of order. Section 39 of the standing order is relevant to the bill that is before us. What is the relevance of mentioning the money program? So, Mr. Speaker, for clarity, can the member provide relevance why he is talking about the state of the money program when we are dealing with the amendments to the firearms bill?
All right, your point is made, Honorable Leader of the
Mr. Speaker, this is Manje Popot win. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable,
Mr.
Honorable
Speaker,
Leader, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, yes. I just advise you to watch your language.
Manje Popat?
Yes.
That's a normal word, Mr. Speaker.
In Parliament?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a normal word, Mr. Speaker, if you don't know the history. But imagine someone gets up on a point of order. No point of order. He doesn't even understand the basic fundamentals of a point of order. And that's why they will never learn, because they are never interested in listening and taking advice. They will never learn. They will never learn, Mr. Speaker. But let me add, it seemed like I'm really touching some corns this morning. Yeah, I will continue to talk. I hope, Mr. Speaker, is taking the time for a lot of interventions that took place here this morning. The Father House must be at least be respected in what he is doing in this House, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so you're meant to help train the young people, create programs, and if the government comes up with any program to aid the young people's success, we will be the first to support it. Any program. Because we have already said, Mr. Speaker, that we do not believe we have control over all initiatives and programs. And since the people voted for a new government, they expected some new items in addition to what was successful before, not getting rid of it, but adding to what was in train before and worked, and coming up with your own ideas. And we assume as human beings, it doesn't matter what qualification you have, there are ideas that could come from the lowest person in the society. Mr. Speaker, I hope, as I said, I hope you took into consideration my time. Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this. You need to look at programs that create jobs and opportunities. Because as I said, many of the households are headed by women. A lot of the initiative programs that can be useful to helping women, empower them, were initiated before, and they could be expanded. So I think it's important for us to look at those, because that will help give the women more opportunity to help and support their families, and to help the young men and women under their watch, so to speak. I think it's a mistake not to have a regular devotion program. A mistake. Well, yes, I know how people think, but it's existed in all countries, Mr. Speaker. Whether you go to Jamaica, you see it. Where you go to Trinidad, Mr.
Honourable Member?
Yes.
Are you aware that the bill went?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. So you want to cut me off. I mean, you have the power, Mr. Speaker. You have the power. You have the power to cut me off, Mr. Speaker. But let me just say this. Your police force is an integral part of the development of what takes place in your country and the solving. Oh, my Lord of mercy.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Listen, Mr. Speaker, I realize I've touched enough horns here this morning, and therefore I would not want to create. Some people might have heart attack before if I continue here. So because of this, Mr. Speaker, I'll save you and the House of any serious illness that might take place here today. But I just want to say this before I leave, Mr. Speaker. I have to leave. I'm patron to a major graduation. In fact, I think this was a terrible time to have a parliament session, because most members are absent here today because of the serious graduation ceremony. So I leave. I hope to come back, because I told them I'd just pass for maybe half an hour and come back. Hopefully the Parliament will still continue. I'll be back to do my responsibility. But I will save the members. Heart attack, Mr. Speaker. And I hope you're not among them, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MP and Leader of His Majesty Opposition. I wish you well at the graduation as well. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I started my discourse this morning by saying that I believe that this bill probably could have been one of the most significant bills to be passed in this House this 2024. And I'm not happy, Mr. Speaker, having heard the deliberations by the opposition leader in particular, because I believe, Mr. Speaker, this bill needs to be properly studied. It's a long document. It has some very far-reaching consequences for people having possessed illegally firearms. But even more so importantly, because of the prevalence of crime, the creeping proliferation of crime that has been happening around us, we must treat this with a very great degree of seriousness. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm very concerned that it appears that the leader of the opposition did not study this bill. Because one, he's made certain declarations. He said, Mr. Speaker, that the increase in sentencing, and also I believe he was referring to also the increase in the fines, classified it as nonsense. But Mr. Speaker, if we pay close attention to what has been happening, there has been a general call by the population to stiffen the penalties and the jail sentencing for people who possess these illegal firearms and turn it on their colleagues. There has been a clarion call for the government to do something about the situation that confronts us. So therefore, this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a direct response to the call by our population to respond to the proliferation of crime in our society, of firearms, in our society. And so we are responding appropriately. The leader of the opposition talked about docking responsibility. Mr. Speaker, this government of 2 years have held a number of town hall meetings throughout the length and breadth of this beautiful island, including Carriacou, where the ministers of government stood to give an account of our stewardship for the last 2 years. But not only that,
Leader of Government Business, you may continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, not only did we give an account of our stewardship, but we gave voice to the voiceless. We fielded numerous questions from ordinary people, making recommendations and contributions towards the development of a beautiful tri-island state. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we stood up tall, owned up to our responsibility, and we gave an account of our stewardship. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, underscores our servant leadership that is felt through the length and breadth of this country. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say in closing that we did speak to our young men and women turning to a life of productivity and making a contribution towards the development of this country. We have a number of programs, including youth in agriculture and the youth-based program, Madam Deputy Speaker, that are available to all people. The Empower program for young men. And all of these programs, Madam Deputy Speaker, are available. Help is available for all. We are ready, we stand ready to assist. So those who, and let me just say, Madam Deputy Speaker, a lot of these people who possess these illegal firearms, they're not unemployed. They have chosen a life of crime, but they're not unemployed. And the record proves that. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is our responsibility as leaders to set the tone by way of enacting legislation to treat with the proliferation of these illegal weapons and to advise our young people and provide the enabling environment for them to find jobs and to build solid careers. And that's exactly what we have been doing. So I just want to take this opportunity now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to say thank you to all of those who firstly studied the bill. And if we had to give a prize today for contribution, I'm certain that the prize this time will go to the youngest member of Parliament representing the parish or the constituency of St. John for a sterling contribution this morning. But I want to thank everybody for their contribution to this bill, on the debate of this bill. And I just want to commend this bill to the House. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. I think the ayes do have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider this bill clause by clause. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. The ayes do have it.
Mr. Clark. This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 2, application.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2, application, forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 3, amendment of Section 2 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 4, amendment of Section 4 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 5, amendment of Section 5 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 5 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 6, amendment of Section 9 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 6 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 7, amendment of Section 10 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 7 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 8, amendment of Section 11 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 8 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 9, amendment of Section 12 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 9 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 10, amendment of Section 13 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 10 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it.
Clause 11, amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 11 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 12, amendment of Section 15 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 12 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 13, amendment of Section 16 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 13 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 14, amendment of Section 17 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 14 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 15, amendment of Section 19 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 15 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 16, amendment of Section 20 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 16 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 17, amendment of Section 21 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 17 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 18, amendment of Section 22 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 18 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 19, amendment of Section 23 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 19 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 20, repeal and substitution of Section 24 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 20 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 21, amendment of Section 25 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 21 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 22, repeal and substitution of Section 26 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 22 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 23, amendment of Section 35 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 23 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. Indeed, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Clause 24, amendment of Section 36 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 24 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 25, amendment of section 41 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 25 forms part of the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 26, amendment of section 42 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 26 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 27, amendment of section 45 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 27 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 28, amendment of section 53 of the Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 28 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honourable members, the question is that clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, we say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Oh, sorry. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that the House resumes and that the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that this House resumes and the chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House now resumes. Honourable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendments. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. As many as of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and pass. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Firearms Amendment Number 2 Bill 2024.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading for a bill shortly entitled Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2024.
He's read it. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Deal of government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2024, it's a bill which is aligned to the previous bill just read and passed in this Parliament. It seeks to give some measure of power to the legal system to ensure that people found with those illegal weapons are not granted bail. As you're all aware, Mr. Speaker, the firearms amnesty, which was declared in the state of Grenada on the 1st of May, comes to an end on the 30th day of July 2024. Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to ensure that persons who are found with illegal firearm and ammunition would now face a mandatory prison sentence without the option of bail. Further, Mr. Speaker, in the case where firearms are automatic rifles, these individuals so contravening the act will face a stiffer penalty, in that a prison term of no less than 3 years will be granted. Mr. Speaker, to give legal effect to the aforementioned condition on which a firearm amnesty was declared, the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill of 2024 seeks to amend Section 47 of the Criminal Procedure Code, Chapter 72B, the Principal Code, to do the following. 1. To extend the categories of offenses in respect of which a magistrate shall not admit a person to bail to include offenses under the Firearms Act, Cap 105, which are punishable by imprisonment for a term of 5 years. So, Mr. Speaker, under the Firearms Act, there are a number of offenses in which the sentence is 5 years or more, which means that when this bill is passed, persons who do the following will not be granted bail. Those who are found with unlawful acquisition or disposal of a firearm, offenses converting into a prohibited weapon, offenses of taking a pawned firearm or ammunition, offenses of unlawful possession of a firearm or ammunition, carrying firearm or ammunition in a public place, or discharging of those firearms in a public place. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm backed up to give some examples, because one must understand and appreciate that this particular bill seeks to ensure that when people are found with these weapons and when they commit these offenses, they are not allowed to walk the street again freely as if nothing happened. But the court would ensure that these people who violate the act, when caught, will be sent to prison awaiting the sentencing and fines, as the case may be. So, Mr. Speaker, this particular bill contains 4 clauses. Clause 1 speaks to the short title and the effective date. And the effective date for this is also the 30th of July 30th of July 2024, on which this one will come into effect. Again, coinciding with the effective date of the Firearm Amendment Bill number 2 of 2024. Clause 2, Mr. Speaker, provides for the application of the Act to legal proceedings instituted on or after the date of its commencement. And Clause 3 seeks to amend Section 47 of the Principal Code to prohibit a magistrate from admitting to bail any person charged with an offense under the Firearms Act, Cap 105. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we are saying that it is critical that we understand what is obtained in this bill so that our people are not caught unawares. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we take the time to slowly go through all of these things so that the general public can understand what is obtained and that we are fully abreast with what is happening. These are critical pieces of legislation which aid us in the fight against crime. Many of our citizens have made a call for stiffer penalties. Many have made a call that people who commit these crimes should not be granted bail, should be pulled off the streets and allow justice to be served by way of the court system. So this, Mr. Speaker, corrects a problem that we've had for a long time when we've seen these types of crimes happening in our country, that the people who are perpetrating these crimes are not allowed bail, but are brought on remand awaiting their sentencing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker,
the Honorable
I want to raise a point of clarification before the debate proceeds.
Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, I have been told earlier that I didn't read the bill. I've read the bill, I read the previous bill, and I've read this one. Is the member introducing the same bill that I'm seeing, which says about magistrates not granting bail, but you could go to the High Court, because the member indicated that people are going to be denied bail and pulled off the street. That is not what this bill said. I'm just asking, are we speaking of the same bill, or is it his misinterpretation of what the bill intends, or is he imposes the intention of the government on what the bill actually says? I just need clarification before we proceed to debate, because this bill says nothing of what the member says.
Honorable Prime Minister?
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I mean, you either raise on a point of
clarification.
I mean, I'm saying he certainly wanted to have the matter addressed. I'm not so sure he has the opportunity to respond, so I'm not so sure what he means by a point of clarification.
I tolerated it. It wasn't a point of order. He wanted to be clear about what the member was saying. Can you respond in terms of his lack of clarity? Just hold. Leader of government business.
Yes, I don't know that we're saying anything different. I think we're saying exactly the same thing. So I would ask, what is the question, really? Mr. Speaker, I would simply suggest that we continue with the debate. If the member has information that I don't have, maybe he can share it with the House. But as far as I'm concerned, I've given the context within which the bill is formed and the details of the bill as to how it is going to be implemented.
Agreed.
I have no difficulty doing that, Mr. Speaker. All I'll simply say is what the member said is that this bill is going to take people off the streets and deny them bail when there's a gun. That is not what I'm seeing in the Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2004. But if that is what we're going to debate, I'm fine with it.
All right. The Honorable Leader of Government Business will proceed. You finished? Okay, because I was going to allow you to proceed, and maybe the same point that you raised, the clarity might come during the debate. But you finished? Okay. So it's now open to the floor. Sorry. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as part of the challenge of dealing with the proliferation and use of firearms, and as another tool within the cumulative list of things we need to do, this amendment to the Criminal Procedure Code is part of that process. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to contextualize this by first indicating that the Magistrates' Court, or what sometimes people call the inferior courts, is a creature of statute. And what that means is that the Magistrates' Court are in fact created by legislation from the Houses of Parliament. And therefore Parliament has the power to increase or decrease the authority, functions, and the role and the jurisdiction of magistrates. I want to repeat that. Magistrates are creatures of statute. They are created by legislation coming out of this House. So there's a Magistrates Act which sets out the jurisdiction of magistrates, both in civil and in criminal matters. And therefore, whether or not a magistrate has the power to admit someone to bail or not is a matter that this House is entitled, as of law, to treat with. The High Court, or the Supreme Court, is a court of original jurisdiction, and in that sense stands in a place of superiority to that of the Magistrates' Court, and can exercise supervisory and appellate jurisdiction in some instances over the Magistrates' Court. The Supreme Court is created by our Constitution, and therefore when we make reference to the judiciary, and specifically the Supreme Court, Parliament is far more limited and restricted in its ability to limit the original jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. And I've given this preamble to indicate that the amendment to the Criminal Procedure Code is not in any way, shape, or form addressing the powers of the Supreme Court. And therefore, the Supreme Court has the right, as this bill clearly says, to admit someone to bail, as well as to order a magistrate to admit someone to bail. That's the High Court, that's the Supreme Court. We are not touching this. What we are touching is the magistrate's court, an inferior court, a court created by law, ordinary legislation that emanates from this house. And so this house has the power to pass law to expand or to limit the jurisdiction of magistrates. What we are seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, is in fact, in this case, to limit the jurisdiction of the magistrates to admit to bail, to release someone on bail who has been charged with contravention of the Firearms Act, where the minimum fixed sentence is 5 years or more. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read, with your leave, a brief article. I will leave out the name of the perpetrator, but just so that we understand the challenges of what we're doing.
Mr. Speaker, before the part of order, to give the source of what is being read in Parliament is normally you circulate the articles, which will be quoted, but I'm prepared now simply to give the source, so that the source can be verified by the members. That is normal procedure of the Parliament.
I'm aware. Honourable Prime Minister, you wish to declare the source?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I will perhaps rephrase what I will say because it will have the same effect. Because the source of the article is the New Today. But even without the New Today, I have knowledge of the facts in any event in my capacity as Minister of National Security. So I can either give the facts in my capacity as Minister of National Security, or for the benefit of the members, it's the New Today article. It is volume 16, number 25. Let me just make sure I have it right. And if I may, Mr. Speaker.
You mind not referencing the newspaper? Can you proceed?
I have no difficulty. Newspapers are public documents, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Please.
I was asked for the source and I provided the source.
Please proceed, Honourable. Please proceed, Honourable Prime Minister, without referencing the newspaper.
Sure.
Please proceed.
Right. So, Mr. Speaker, it says on Thursday, 23rd November 2023, officers executed a search warrant at the premises of a named person, 34 years old, self-employed. It gives the district. It led to the seizure of 5 firearms, 5, and 281 rounds of ammunition. As a result, this person was arrested and charged for the offense of possession of illegal firearms and possession of ammunition. He appeared, I will not give the district, but at the magistrate court on a fixed date and was granted bail. What is he? You think someone has 5 firearms? 5. 281 rounds of ammunition. We're in Ukraine. We're in Sudan. Afghanistan. The Gaza Strip. Mr. Speaker, members of this Honourable House, This is the kind of challenge that we are facing. This is not just possession of firearms. This is the kind of trafficking and commercialization of illicit firearms that is taking place. What is the impact of that on law enforcement after this kind of work, this kind of effort at interception? Putting their lives at risk. Sorry. And then the day after, they're back out on the streets. Now, with the amendment, which we are optimistic will also pass in the upper house, to the Firearms Act, someone caught in such a situation will, once found guilty, be liable to a minimum sentence of at least 5 years. And we are saying in those circumstances, you should not be admitted by a magistrate to bail. They will have the right to appeal to the High Court. The judge, they will have the right, well, let me be more circumspect with my language. They will have the right to apply to the High Court for bail. The High Court will hear arguments as to whether or not bail should be granted. But we are not prepared, Mr. Speaker, to simply sit by and watch this pattern and this trend continue. In my earlier presentation, I made the point that 2 of these young men who regrettably, whose lives were cut short, were gunned down. They didn't die in a motor vehicle accident. They didn't die of natural causes. They were gunned down. They were executed in public places, frequented by members of the public, where members of the public could also have been at risk. They had 21 and 26 antecedents or convictions, spanning 12 and 19 years respectively. So the state, frankly, the state's first priority, the very reason for the existence of states, is to try and ensure that there's public safety and public order as much as possible. That is to a large extent why people organize themselves into nation states. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is likely that people will raise concerns about the fundamental freedoms of citizens and the right not to be deprived of your liberty except by due process. And there is due process. Your right to appeal to the High Court, should you run afoul, to apply to the High Court, should you run afoul of the legislation in circumstances where the minimum sentence is 5 years, is not in any way hindered. But the right of innocent citizens in particular not to have their lives and their limbs at risk as a result of illegal use and possession of firearms and ammunition, Mr. Speaker, when balancing the scale, must trump the right of criminals to have in possession and to use illegal firearms. And so this amendment, Mr. Speaker, is meant to reinforce our approach to a zero to low tolerance for the use, possession, trafficking, in illegal firearms. And I want to re-emphasize that the statistics throughout the region, from the Bahamas in the north to Trinidad and Guyana in the south, shows repeatedly that oftentimes the multiple homicides are carried out by criminals who are on bail. And we have to use whatever tool is available to us to minimize, in the context of Grenada, the risk to public safety by allowing persons who are caught with illicit firearms to be allowed to easily go back into the streets and repeat the crime and the perpetration of the crime. And I want to make the point, when the Honorable MP for P.T. Martic and Carriacou talked about people preying on the poor and vulnerable, that there are instances when a young man misguided from poor backgrounds would feel attracted to a firearm and may genuinely run afoul of the law once. He's not a criminal, etc., etc. And that we need to give persons like this every opportunity to ensure that they get an opportunity to, in fact, reform and rehabilitate. And that opportunity is there because they can apply to the High Court, or judicial officers, the High Court judges are serious, sober, well-experienced judges who would have the ability to hear arguments from the prosecution, arguments from the defense counsel. In fact, sometimes the prosecutor, after reviewing the file, may very well say, based on the fact that the young man is mistaken, no antecedents, they're satisfied that this was a mistake, they may say, we're not even objecting to bail. But I also want us to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that there is significant trafficking in firearms. And that because of Grenada and the Caribbean's geostrategic location, that we are subject to a number of things. There's guns for food trafficking. There's guns for food trafficking. There's guns for US trafficking. So, for example, in the context of Venezuela, as you are aware, there are sanctions and embargoes. There are persons who are trafficking in firearms from South America in exchange for US, in exchange for food. There's a situation in Haiti where people are trafficking firearms in exchange for guns, in exchange for food. There's human trafficking taking place, backed up by the use of illicit and illegal firearms. There is sadly and regrettably a situation where, in recent times, it has been highlighted that within the context of the Caribbean, that persons of Caribbean descent born into the United States have been engaging in the trafficking of firearms in the context of the Caribbean. And, Mr. Speaker, this is something that has been flagged at a regional level in several reports, and I want to, since I've been asked to give the source of stuff, I will seek to make reference to November 2023 publication by a number of regional bodies, including CARICOM Impacts. And Mr. Speaker, I will simply give a quick summary of some of the things. The proliferation of illicit firearms, ammunition, parts, and components has been prevalent across CARICOM and the wider Caribbean in recent years. Given the region's porous borders and its strategic location as a key transshipment point. And so, gun violence in the Caribbean is often associated with the intertwined factors of gang violence, drug trafficking, and access to illicit firearms. The recently completed Caribbean firearms study noted firearms as the weapon of choice in approximately 80% of homicides in CARICOM. In layman's terms, it means the vast majority of murders within CARICOM are conducted by the use of firearms, with illegal firearms as a primary tool used in serious crimes and gang-related criminal activities. There has been a noticeable increase in the use of high-powered weapons. High-powered weapons. It has led to a subsequent increase in multiple murder events. We had St. Lucia, 17 people were killed in one day. Last year, the Royal Grenada Police Force had to send officers from Grenada to assist our colleagues under the RSS in St. Lucia. This isn't, there's a lot of comic relief that was taking place here this morning. This isn't a joke, Mr. Speaker. This is life and death. And when I made the reference to the fact that sometimes they are safer off, Mr. Speaker, I think the rules does permit you the discretion to give members an extra 5 minutes. And I would, in those circumstances, seek your indulgence and your discretion for 3 out of the 5 minutes.
Granted, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure the Speaker is fair, Honourable Member for the Tongue of St. George, and if you so request 5 minutes, he will give you 5. Well, I've been doing so a long time, but the fella ain't listening. He ain't listening at all. As you saw this morning, he ain't listening. But as they say, time will tell. So, Mr. Speaker, the empirical data is there. And I want to read this. Furthermore, analysis of firearms purchasers data highlights the increasing and deeply concerning tendency for Caribbean-born persons legally residing in the U.S. to purchase firearms, which are then shipped to and recovered in the Caribbean. Within the purchaser data on crime guns traced and recovered, 14% of purchasers were born in the Caribbean, denoting a budding relationship between Caribbean-born purchasers and crime guns recovered in the Caribbean. 61.3% of the firearms recovered in the purchaser's birth country and 38.7% recovered in a nearby Caribbean island. What does that tell you? 38.7% recovered in a nearby Caribbean island. It means the guns would have been shipped to Grenada, and if they ship 4 or 5, 2 have been found in St. Vincent. 2 have been found in St. Lucia. Let us not be naive. We are not just dealing with an isolated case of a young man watching some movie or listening to music or being led astray. You have those isolated incidents. But we also have to appreciate that criminals within CARICOM are moving, they are trading, and they are doing business just as legitimate business people. Whether it's drug running, money laundering, or murder for hire. and I want to conclude on this point, Mr. Speaker. We have had to deport several CARICOM nationals from Jamaica in the north to Trinidad in the south to St. Vincent not so far, who entered this island and who have multiple, in many instances, convictions for shooting at the police in the case of Trinidad, murder charges, multiple, in Jamaica and Trinidad. So we have to understand, they call them shooters in Trinidad, murder for hire. You pay them, they kill you. Just business. So I'm saying, if we find such persons here, Mr. Speaker, just recently, the police arrested a Vincentian national. Firearms, drugs. He was fined 30,000 or something like that. Paid the 30,000 on the spot, went to St. Vincent. You think he's going back to become a legitimate businessman? He's going to come back. If the business is lucrative enough that he could find 30 grand and pay it on the spot, he is going to come back. So the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to take measures to in fact protect our citizens from persons who are commercializing criminality, who are commercializing the illicit trading and use of firearms. And if that means limiting or restricting their right to bail at the magistrate level, which this Parliament has the right to do, we certainly, Mr. Speaker, unashamedly will do so. Defense Counsel will have ample opportunity to make more money because they charge more fees when they go to the High Court to apply for bail. So my learned and erudite friend on the other side, I'm actually helping him by this amendment to the legislation. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Prime Minister, and I now invite the Honourable MP for the town of St. George.
Mr. Speaker, the issue that arises in this piece of legislation, I raised the matter earlier because I was accused of not reading. I read all the legislation, and this one, the member for St. George Southeast indicated something that the Prime Minister has cleared up. While not indicating he's clearing it up, he did it in a much more sophisticated way, and I respect that. Because this does not seek to deny bail. It seeks to make bail more expensive for people who want to apply for bail. In other words, people with more money, as the Prime Minister just indicated, will find it much easier to get bail. Because the fact is, the High Court is not known to be any stricter than the Magistrates' Court with bail. In fact, among our fraternity, it is felt that the High Court grants bail. It is not that difficult because I don't know why it is, but it's not more difficult than the Magistrates' Court. I think both of them use the same criteria in granting bail. But in any event, before I get there, I just want to make a point. Mr. Speaker, let it not be said anywhere that we on this side are advocating we do nothing about guns. Let it not be said. I remember when I visited the State Department about 10 years ago, I had a discussion with a senior member of the State Department, and I said to her that we need to study why it is, and this is when we didn't have much gun crime, why it is that we are placed between Trinidad, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, and we have minimal crime. And I asked if a study can be undertaken as to why that is so, particularly coming out of the revolution where guns were all over the place. The fact is, after the revolutions, all the guns were sold by people who had adhered to these other islands, and it was a peculiar situation that we had. And I've always said that we should undertake a study as to why. Why do we do that? Because if you don't understand why you have something, you can lose it because you don't know how to preserve it. So I have always advocated that we study why we have the kind of society we have. We had cutlass. I mean, I remember in 2005, 2003, that is the period when we had violence, but a cutlass. I have a lot of clients who I see with one hand because my dear friend, before the parliament this morning, was in the court at the time. We saw it. The issue is this. How do we deal with the problem? Now, the fact is that the gun violence has increased, and I want to let we support. For example, the point I wanted to make, for example, and the police officers will tell you that. Speak to any of them. I have said to my clients for years, not recently when it's become sexy and chic to talk about gun violence, for years. I have said to all my clients who have gun-related incidents where they are known to have a gun, give me the gun, I bring it in, and I represent you for free. Ask the police officers, ask any of them. They will tell you that. Why? Because I believe that we need to preserve the society that we have. So don't let it be said that when I stand here, we and any of us are defending that. I have done that all my legal career. I do not believe there should be a proliferation of these guns and we should do everything. So I commend, when we had the amnesty, remember my comments with the amnesty. I support the amnesty, but I believe we should provide more incentives to get more guns. That is our position. We support it in principle, but the reason why we have a debate in Parliament is to improve the legislation. We don't come here and just say yeah to everything. We try to improve it. So we try to listen to each other. I heard the member for St. David, and there are lots of things that he said and you have done that I agree with. And I said that when I started. I agree with it. But you see, this disenfranchising of the magistrates, I have an issue with it. Yes, I call it disenfranchising of the magistrates. Let me say this, Mr. Speaker. The member for St. David said that if the matter goes to High Court, the High Court judges are serious, sober, and they listen to arguments. By saying that, the member is saying that the magistrates are not serious and not sober and don't listen to arguments. It is suggestive of that.
Honourable Prime Minister.
I mean, Mr. Speaker, I think my learned friend knows there's no way I will sit here and have him claim, mischaracterize what I've said.
I agree.
He knows what I said about the High Court. I did not say anything about the magistrates. And I emphasize that magistrates are creatures of statute and that this Parliament has the right to curtail or to increase their jurisdiction. That's all I said. And that was being said in the context of what I know people would usually talk about, interference with the judiciary. And I made a clear distinction between the Supreme Court and the magistracy. Parliament, if it wanted to, could in fact completely eradicate a magisterial district. So, any suggestion to impute improper motives to me in terms of the conduct, capacity, or characters of magistrates is wholly rejected, and my friend should know better than that.
I agree with the Prime Minister.
With what part of it, Your Honor?
I agree with the Prime Minister with his statement of improper motive. Right? You do not say what the Prime Minister meant when he made his remark.
Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I am looking for the justification behind this. I'm looking in listening to the presenter. He indicated that this was to deny people bail. I'm not saying improper motive, but that is what he said. That the purpose of this legislation was to deny dead people off the streets. Now, I grant that he may have erred and the Prime Minister cleared it up that it's going to the High Court. But when I asked for clarification, that is what I was asking. Is it that this bill is seeking to deny people bail? And that was an answer. With respect to this, the magistrates. Well, let me proceed. I was never imputing motive. I simply said what was said. If I said to somebody, I left that girl And I said, that girl is beautiful. Obviously, somebody could infer that I left that one because that one was very beautiful. It is we to infer from the comment what is the thinking. No, it is not improper for somebody to say that he believes that the High Court is more competent in dealing with it. There's nothing improper about that. It may be that is their conclusion, having dealt with magistrates and judges. That's not improper motive. There's nothing about motive there. It is just an observation. And let me tell you why I say that, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not here saying that we should be soft on guns. Please, watch your speeches. We should be tough on guns like I am with my clients. I have left clients in the prisons not applying for bail to keep them where they are while matters cool down. Ask any magistrate, ask any attorney. Because I have a stake. Mr. Speaker, I have 10 grandchildren and 6 boys. 10 grandchildren, 6 of them are boys. I worry about them every night. They go to GBSS. GBSS is the school with the most problems we see in the court every day. So I am not speaking here as one who wants to see crime proliferated because someone will benefit from me. Most of my clients can't pay me. Everybody knows that. I do it because I've always done it. No. Yes, I don't have many wealthy clients. Mr. Speaker, magistrates are judicial officers. They are judicial officers. They give bail for rape. They give bail for dangerous harm. They give bail for death by dangerous driving. They give bail. Is rape less serious than gun crime? Are we saying to a woman that the abuse of their body somehow is less serious than gun? I don't think we're trying to say that, but maybe that's what the women may hear. Yes, I'm saying it because that's what they may hear. It is you who are saying that they could be allowed to grant bail for rape, but not for a gun. That's me saying that. The point I'm making is not that they should or should not do anything. We must have faith in our magistrates. They are judicial officers that, for the most part, become judges. The member of David quoted one case where bail was granted without giving the facts of the case. I don't know why the magistrate came to that decision. And comments like that has a chilling effect on magistrates conducting their business, wondering if the politicians will sit in Parliament and speak of them in a particular case. I've seen it. Because that magistrate referred to is hearing this. And she's saying, but I am not allowed to defend myself. I am not allowed to say why I granted bail. Maybe there was a child in the house that was locked up too. Maybe there was a woman who was locked up too. Maybe there was a mother who was locked up too. And thought it fit. I don't know what is in a magistrate's brain. I simply say, I was waiting for a justification for this bill. Removing power from people who are given power by the government. It is you who appoint the magistrates. The magistrate referred to by the member for St. David was appointed by the government. So, I am agreeing with every step you take to clamp down on guns. I hate guns. Everybody and all of my clients and all the police officers will tell you that about my practice. Give me a gun, I'll go represent you. I want it off the street. Long before amnesty. Long before amnesty. So, Mr. Speaker, I simply, and when I say magistrates are on the front line and we are on the front line, we go to court. We see these youth, the youth that the member for St. David is speaking of. We know them. Sometimes they go to jail and stay in jail, denying bail. For months, I have had a client within, he was denied bail, and I never asked for bail for months. Why? I knew that he needed to cool it. Ask all my clients. I talked to them about it. That is why we have the initiative with the Bar Association, because we understand these kids. And the magistrates, you know, the other day I had what I consider an emotional experience. One of the magistrates begging me to beg the government, well, not the government, the whoever it is, sorry to refer to the government, whoever it is can help with these kids. GBSS, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander comes every juvenile day with these kids from GBSS. Myself, Jerry Edwin, others, we stay in the court and represent them to help the magistrate, and the magistrate said, Mr. David, please. To the extent the other day, the magistrate said, you know what, if you want bail, you have to agree to go help the Bar Association with the initiative and talk to all them youths in the area where you live. That is the kind of thing to do. So when we stand here, please, that's why I said this is both of us working together. Stop making it sound like members here don't want to fight crime. I am as much a victim as you are. So to make this suggestion, you know, is really regrettable. Mr. Speaker, I want to say to the government, let's have faith in the players in the system. Let's work with the probation officers. Let's work with the police officers. There was a time police were being criticized up and down the place. You know what I would do? I would call them on the phone and say, gentlemen, you're doing a good job. I'm simply saying, you know, they could charge you up. I'm going to respond to Mr. Speaker. I'm talking to you actually. That we all need to find the solution together. That is why the crux of my presentation earlier was the absolute refusal of the government, led by the Attorney General, to meet with the Bar Association to discuss the initiative. That's right. Did I tell you that absolute rebuffing of an initiative by a group of people who come into contact with the people you're talking about every day? The Attorney General just wrote back a letter. Listen, man, we're proceeding with this thing. And I wish you well with your program. Nothing about let's talk, nothing about, you know, how can we help with the program, nothing like that. Okay. Simply saying, you do your thing, we have the power. That is why I started by saying this morning, Mr. Speaker, that you will pass the bill. Now, if you can't take a criticism on the issue of consultation with the Bar Association of the country, led the rebuffing led by the Attorney General, then why am I speaking? Why am I speaking if you're not even willing to listen to that? Where people are offering, Mr. Speaker, I think I was lobbied for a few minutes earlier, 3 minutes. Can I have 3 more minutes? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Your lights on, the lights on.
Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General isn't in the chamber, and to, frankly, in my humble view, misrepresent the position of the Attorney General is not something I'm prepared to stand and go without challenging, Mr. Speaker. And again, my friends seem to think the only way you consult is to meet. The Bar Association shared its views on the draft bill and raised its concerns. And the Honorable Attorney General responded to those concerns. So to come and give the impression, consultation is an agreement, you know, Mr. Speaker. If I ask my...
No, Honorable, just hold. Let him proceed.
Well, yes. Mr. Speaker, that's the point.
Go ahead.
The learned member is misrepresenting that the Attorney General has refused to consult with the Grenada Bar Association, and that is not accurate. It is the Honorable Attorney General who in fact insisted that we delayed coming to Parliament with the bill to give it to the Bar Association so that they could provide the comments. They did so. That's correct. And she responded. It is not our obligation to agree with everything that certain members of the Bar Association may say, particularly criminal defense attorneys.
Mr. Speaker.
So to stand here and to represent that the Honorable Attorney General rejected any consultation to the Bar Association is just false. All my friend has is the final letter of the consultation. You don't have to sit with the Bar Association in person to consult with them. You send them the draft and they provide the feedback and the comments. The fact that we don't agree with the comments or we not alter the legislation to suit your needs is not a basis for saying that there's been no consultation and that she's rejected consulting with them. And my friend knows that.
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker, I lost 2 full minutes there if you looked at the clock. I lost 2 full minutes there. When you rang the bell, it was 15 past.
Honorable, don't give me our time, please.
So 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Leader, Sorry, Honorable MP, for Thomas St. George, I'm giving you 2 minutes. 2 minutes to finish. 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, so I'm not getting back the time?
I'm giving you 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I feel unfair, but anyway, maybe that is imputing something too. Takes 2 minutes and gives a speech and I don't get it back. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, a letter from the Bar Association, requests a meeting. The letter which I will circulate says, listen, we are proceeding. I am a member of the committee that deals with the issue of the rising crime and how do we as attorneys. So I'm telling you not what somebody told me. I spoke to the leadership of the bar up to this morning when it was said by my friend that the bar was on board. I immediately contacted them. Are you on board? The answer was, well, we haven't been spoken to. In any event, Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying this, that in conclusion, I think this sends a bad message to the magistracy who are trying and working hard to deal with the problems. They have remanded people time and again. I can list you clients now who are in prison on remand in these cases. One case by a single magistrate appointed by the government that the government disagrees with is not how we make policy. That is why it is important that we sit. We all sit. The member said that going to the High Court requires about $3,000. Lawyers charge for it. I don't, but there's cost to the court.
But you see, again, Mr. Speaker, I have to object, Mr. Speaker. I said lawyers charge more for going to the High Court.
Fine.
That's not what you're saying. You're saying I said lawyers charge $3,000.
No, I never said that.
You just said that.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Unless you're suffering from dementia or something.
Honorable Prime Minister.
So.
Now you accuse me, Mr. Speaker, that is get to withdraw that statement.
I'm not withdrawing the statement, and we can go to the Hansard. You just said.
MP for St. Thomas George, please resume your seats. Please resume your seats, MPs.
The member has to be more we're debating.
Honorable MP for Thomas George, please resume your seat.
We're debating.
I have asked the House earlier on today to watch your words. I did. I have asked all members in this House to watch your words. I want us to continue with the decorum and decency with which we can. So, in life in general, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. How you finish. Right? Honorable MP for the Tongue of St. George, I think you have seconds left.
Mr. Speaker, you allow the member to get up and accuse me of all kinds and then you bite my time?
Okay, Honorable MP.
Give me a minute, let me wind up.
Right, exactly what I'm saying. I'm giving you 1 minute.
I'll take 2, Mr. Speaker, on the basis of what you do. Mr. Speaker, this is debate.
No, let's get serious, Honorable MP.
I'm serious.
I'm giving you 1 minute to wind up.
Yes, so it goes to 21. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply saying this. Now, me and the member is a distinguished member of the bar. This is what we used to. This is what we do in court. We debate. But you know, this respect, I don't disrespect, we disagree language. So don't take it personal. This is what we do. But I am passionate about this because I do believe that the magistrates and all of us involved in this are as concerned about crime, even the magistrate that granted bail. So don't take away the power of the magistrate in a particular case and then come to Parliament and, in my view, suggest that the magistrates are not capable of dealing with these things. It is my view. The suggestion was given that it is better to the High Court. The only difference to the High Court, Mr. Speaker, is that they charge more and it takes about 2 weeks to get to them. So in those 2 weeks, my clients have to accumulate $2,500, whatever money is lawyers charge. As the member said, it's more expensive. In addition to that, while they're waiting for a date, they're sitting in the prison. But let me say in conclusion, fully one sentence, we are on board with solving the problem of crime in general, and in particular, solving the problem of gun crime. Because we have always stood by the government, we have always stood by the people in that regard. as it pleases you.
Thank you, Honorable MP, for the tongue of St. George. Leader of Government, oh sorry. Honorable MP for the constituency of St. Andrew South East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my thoughts on this bill, my views on this, and I'm happy for the way that the presenter would have opened it up. So it gives me an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to address this in a holistic way. Mr. Speaker, I want to join with my colleague and make this point, that we on this side, we would support any initiative, absolutely any initiative that seeks to seriously address the issue of gun violence. There's been a significant increase. And so we would be rather insensitive to not want to support an initiative that is aimed at reducing gun violence in our country. So we've heard a lot of references to Trinidad and elsewhere. Of course, we don't want to get there. But Mr. Speaker, while I'm saying this, let me make this point, that I cannot support this bill under no condition. Because in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, what this bill seeks to do, which is draconian in my opinion, it seeks to take away the rights of ordinary citizens. So any measure that is going to help the situation, that respects the fundamental right of people, I'm for it. I'm going to support. Mr. Speaker, I listened to one comment that was made, paraphrasing. It says, when people commit a crime, they will not be allowed to walk on the streets. They would not be granted bail. Mr. Speaker, when somebody is accused of a crime, it is absolutely different to saying that person committed a crime. Why? A person is innocent until they are proven guilty. And so we cannot use interchangeably accuse with commit. And so, Mr. Speaker, listening to the presentations, listening to all that has been said, I have to say this. I absolutely cannot support this. Mr. Speaker, reference was made to a person with 5 firearms plus rounds of ammunition. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, we cannot just pass or amend a law based on the circumstances presented, Mr. Speaker. And if we go directly to what this bill is presenting, speaking about the magistrates and what they have the power to do, Mr. Speaker, I think they are quite capable of using their discretion when a matter comes before them, as they have been doing. And so, Mr. Speaker, we cannot remove that, deny them the opportunity to use their discretion. And now we turn around and speak about how much it would cost a person to go to the High Court. Mr. Speaker, there are people who cannot put food on their table. Mr. Speaker, how could we now speak in glowing terms about them having to spend 3,000 and whatever thousand to take a matter to High Court? Mr. Speaker, what we may find is that that person is indeed innocent, because a person is innocent until proven guilty. So let's not have the decision here as to whether they're innocent or they're guilty. That's not our place. That is why we have the court. Because I cannot sit here and decide you're wicked, you're an animal, you're no good because you're found in possession of a firearm. No, Mr. Speaker. That is why we have the court. That the court decides. And so I cannot support that we treat every individual found with a firearm in the same way. And I'm saying that many of these people would not. As a matter of fact, in that case, if you ask me, the denial of bail comes as a punishment That is how I see it, Mr. Speaker. When you say that no one would be granted bail at the level of the magistrate court, it means that these persons now have to spend some time before they come to the High Court. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have had situations, and you look at, I've heard before, the prison doesn't have enough space. We have to build a new prison. I'm asking the question, would we have sufficient space to accommodate these people? Will it cost less to build a new prison or find alternative ways of treating with those matters? Mr. Speaker, when we look at why bail is granted, Mr. Speaker, or why bail is not denied, or why bail is denied, sorry, there is concern that this person is going to skip. They're going to leave the jurisdiction, for example. There is concern that that person may commit a similar crime, right? Mr. Speaker, the concerns, the same discretion that I spoke about earlier is what the magistrates use to decide. And so, Mr. Speaker, I cannot see, for the ones of me, the justification for this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, data suggests, Mr. Speaker, that makes it even more interesting to me. The data suggests, so an increase in crime, Mr. Speaker, an increase in gun violence means that by denying people bail, you are going to reduce it, Mr. Speaker. Let's go ahead and see what happens. Mr. Speaker, I am extremely concerned. If there's a likelihood that a person is going to commit the crime or a similar crime in the opinion of the magistrate, Mr. Speaker, by all means, discretion is used and a decision is taken. But we cannot say across the board it is okay that for every single person comes to that no bail is granted, no consideration for bail. I believe, as my colleague said earlier, Mr. Speaker, that our magistrates are quite competent to use their discretion to make necessary decisions. So what is normally done, Mr. Speaker? People are granted bail. They're asked to report daily. I know of cases where people are under curfew. You can't leave a particular place. You can't go a particular place. People normally have to put up cash up front, right? People are asked over and over to surrender their travel documents. So this is my suggestion, Mr. Speaker. Let us review those. See how we can tighten it, maybe expand the curfew. Let us see how we can increase the cash. Let us do something that doesn't say every single person is denied their fundamental human right, constitutional right, innocent until proven guilty. Mr. Speaker, as I said, that approach to me speaks of punishment and pretrial. And the system ought not to be reduced to that, where ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker, their rights are trampled upon in that way. So when we speak about High Court, let us remember that there are many citizens who do not have the resources to go to the High Court to determine whether they can get bail or not. Let us also remember that even if a citizen, ordinary citizen, has $3,000, a mother, single mother, would we want a situation where we are dictating that that person use that $3,000 so that a son gets an opportunity to be heard at the High Court level? Mr. Speaker, I strongly suggest that this piece of legislation, this bill that is before us, before it becomes accepted in the next place, or discussed in the next place, Mr. Speaker, we would review, give further consideration, because this is not in the best interest of the democracy that we always speak about. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, MP for St. Andrew Southeast. Your light is still on? Honorable. All right. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill that we are discussing is one that seeks to amend the criminal code to prohibit a magistrate from admitting to bail any person charged with an offense under the Firearms Act. To make it, yes, and who's charged and who is punishable by imprisonment for a term of 5 years or more. Mr. Speaker, this is about public safety. This is what we're trying to do, to secure a safe environment for all of us to coexist. So we've heard this morning, Mr. Speaker, about trampling upon the rights of people after they have committed their crimes, after they have been caught with a firearm and so charged. Yes? After they have been so charged and brought to the court with a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term of 5 years or more under the Firearms Act. We are saying, Mr. Speaker, or it is being said, Mr. Speaker, that by so amending the criminal code to prohibit a magistrate from admitting to bail such a person, that is trampling upon the rights of people. That is what we're being told today. Mr. Speaker, we are also told that people cannot afford to buy food. You cannot afford to buy food, but you could afford to buy guns. You could afford to have guns. You could afford to have ammunition. As far as we learn, Mr. Speaker, these things are not cheap. They are more expensive, much more expensive than food. And I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, many of these people, they're not unemployed, you know. And when they are arrested, most of the times, they pay the fines on the spot. And a lot of the times, they are arrested with the firearms, drugs, ammunition, and money. Thousands and thousands of dollars. And the street value of the substances that some of them are caught with is valued many occasions, hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It's business.
So, Mr. Speaker, those who want to ply a trade of illegal drugs and illegal weapons, we are amending the criminal code. This is what we are discussing here. The amendment of the criminal code to prohibit a magistrate from people who have been so charged and is punishable by imprisonment for more than 5 years, that person should not be granted bail. If they have to get bail, Mr. Speaker, this can apply to the High Court. And the High Court would make its determination at that level. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot lose our focus. This focus, this bill, is not about championing the cause of people who break the law. That is not what we're trying to do. We are trying to protect the majority of citizens. In recent weeks past, people were afraid to traverse the Grandlands Road at night. Restaurants, bars, shops were closed. People were afraid from the time it turns night. People were afraid, Mr. Speaker, to leave their homes. People were imprisoned, self-imprisonment at the turn of night. So, Mr. Speaker, let us not be fooled. Today is a day, Mr. Speaker, of history making in Grenada. We should declare publicly whether or not we support this amendment. It is this critical, Mr. Speaker, and our constituents, the people who voted for us to send us to this parliament, should take copious notes of our remarks and of our vote, because it is that critical. Mr. Speaker, if we are not careful, if we are not diligent, if we are not responsible, this country will degenerate into a place where a few people will hold the rest of the country ransom. And we would no longer be able to boast of a tourist destination. We would no longer be able to boast about our pride of safety and security. Grenada, Mr. Speaker, is known across the globe for its safety. Apart from its lovely beaches, apart from beautiful waterfalls, apart from its lovely people, the safety of our nation, Mr. Speaker, is like a currency that draws people to this country. And with this, Mr. Speaker, I want to say thank you to the members of this Honorable House for your stirring debate. And I want to say to the Grenadian people to listen up this morning and pay attention as we take a vote on this bill today and hold us accountable for the decisions that we take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Sorry, a second time. All those who have that opinion, say aye. Or the contrary opinion, say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2024.
You love government business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
If you don't add multi-X to your Playway bets, then you're definitely missing out on bigger winnings. The NLA has added 7X to the multi-X draws. Imagine playing your favorite Playway number or symbol for $10 with multi-X added. Then, wow! 7X is drawn. You win bigger. Not just $240, but $240 multiplied by 7. Whoa! That's $1,680. added for a limited time only. Add multi-X to your Playway bets every day, 3 times per day, Monday to Saturday, for chances to win bigger. Not only free plays or winnings multiplied by 3 or 5, but winnings multiplied by 7 too. Must be 18 years or older to play. NLA, make your dreams come true.
Good afternoon, viewers and listeners. Welcome to the National Lotteries Authority's Daily Pick 3 Midday Draw for today, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Anisha Charles. With me this afternoon is Ms. Makiba Bean from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this draw is conducted in an accountable manner, and the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. At this time, for tickets at hand, it's Daily Pick 3. It pays to play. Good luck. First number this afternoon is check tickets in the meantime. First number is 1, second number. Second number is 7, third and final number is 2. Let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number is 1, the second is 7, third and final is 2. So that's 1, 7, and 2. Congratulations to all the winners. For Daily Pick 3 tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize bid of $5,785 with a total of 33 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Before we leave, got some exciting info for you. The NLA's pleased to announce another of its buy $5, get 1 free daily games BOGO. This amazing promotion runs from now until Thursday, June 27, 2024. Here's how it works. For every $5 you spend on a Daily Cash 4, Daily Pick 3 or Playway, excluding multi-X, you will receive a free quick pick ticket valued at $1. For Daily Cash 4 and Daily Pick 3, the ticket will be of an inline bet. Remember, the more tickets you buy increments of $5 in single purchases, the more free quick pick tickets you will receive. Take advantage of this fantastic offer with our daily games. The NLA thanks you for your continued support towards the funding of sports, culture, and nation-building initiatives in the Tri-Island State. The Playway Multi-X Draw comes up next. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everyone, to another Playway Multi-X Midday Draw for today, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Anisha Charles. With me again is Ms. Makiba Bean from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this draw is conducted in an accountable manner, and the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. Let's play Playway, value your dreams, and win your way. Good luck. This afternoon's winning player number is, check the tickets in the meantime. This afternoon's winning playway number is 28. Let's recap the number, 2828. 28 represents the dream symbol boat. Congratulations to all the winners. It's now time for the multi-X draw. Hope you got your tickets out. Let's play and good luck. This afternoon's winning multi-X ball is 7X. Let's recap. This afternoon's winning multi-X ball is 7X. Congratulations to all the winners. For Playway multi-X tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize payout of $66,480 with a total of 1,061 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Tune in next, we got your daily cash flow draw. We'll see you really soon. Welcome back, everyone, to the Daily Cash for Midday Draw for today, Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. I am Anisha Charles. With me once again is Ms. Makiba Bean from RS1 Company Limited, accountants and advisors, whose purpose is to ensure that this show is conducted in an accountable manner, with the game balls with industry standards and in no way tampered with. At this time, your tickets at hand. It's Daily Cash 4. More plays, bigger prizes. Let's find out what this afternoon's winning numbers will be. Good luck to you. Check your tickets. First number this afternoon is. First number is 6, second number. Second number is 1, third number up. Third number is 9, fourth and final number is 2. Let's recap those numbers. Numbers on the screen. Check your tickets. First number is 6. The second, 1. Third, 9. Fourth and final is 2. So that's 6, 1, 9, and 2. Congratulations, all winners. For daily cash flow tickets drawn this morning, we had a total prize bid of $1,300 with a total of 7 winners. And of course, congratulations to those of you who are part of this payout. Reminding you as always to go to grab your tickets for tonight's games, because when you do, you have to support sports, culture, and the nation building. Thanks for joining us. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Over the years and presently, customers have been winning exciting prizes while ensuring that benefits are realized for all Grenadians by supporting the games of the National Lotteries Authority.
I am Patrick Simmons, former Minister for Sports and National Athlete. The NLA has made significant investment in nation-building activities. Among them are the construction of health, sporting, cultural, educational, and community facilities. Additionally, they continue to provide funding to non-governmental organizations and individuals throughout the Tri-Island state. I support the NLA's mandate because I can see where the money goes.
Playing the games of the NLA guarantees support for sports, culture, and nation building throughout the Tri-Island state of Grenada.
The ayes suddenly have it and it's passed.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Criminal Procedure Code Amendment Bill 2024.
You have government business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce for its first reading a bill for an act shortly entitled Passport Amendment Bill 2024.
A bill which seeks to amend the Passport Act, Chapter 226, to change the validity period of passports issued on or after the commencement date, shortly entitled Passports Amendment Bill 2024.
That's it. You have government business?
Mr. Speaker, I also move that the relevant standing order be set aside to allow this bill to go through all the stages at the sitting. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of this House be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all stages at this sitting. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Or the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. You have government business.
All right, Mr. Speaker, the presenter for this bill shall be the Prime Minister. Shall present this bill.
Okay.
Thanks.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is a very short bill. Mr. Speaker, you will recall that as part of the presentation by the Honourable Minister for Finance, when the budget presentation was made and the respective appropriation bills enacted, that we committed to, having listened to the people of this country, that we committed to reverting the policy that was enacted that limited the life of a passport for an adult citizen to that of 5 years. And so this bill, Mr. Speaker, is a simple amendment to the existing legislation to substitute the word 5 where it appears in section 6 of the Act, 6A, to substitute 5 with 10 years for any adult 18 and over. So it means that our passports, once this bill is enacted, would, from the 1st of July, which we hope to be the effective date, it would allow our citizens, when they apply for a new passport or when they renew their old passport, to have a 10-year passport issued. Mr. Speaker, from the time we assumed office, at our village meetings, at our town halls, queries at the passport office, citizens have complained, understandably so, about the fact that our passport had a shorter lifespan than the average passports throughout most of the OECS, CARICOM countries, and in fact the international community. And so we are a government of, for, and by the people, and we respond to the needs of our citizens. And so, Mr. Speaker, the policy that we are seeking to change through the enactment of this legislation is in fact to allow for citizens who are 18 and older to have a 10-year passport. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, many of our citizens travel. And in particular, we have extensive diaspora in North America, including Canada, and they are required to get visas. The visa process is expensive. It requires them to oftentimes travel to neighboring islands. Their biometrics have to be taken. Hotels have to be paid for. Plane tickets have to be paid for. In the case of Canada, for example, Mr. Speaker, they do not issue you with a visa beyond the lifespan of your passport. So, for example, I renewed my passport in 2020 in the height of COVID. It's a 5-year passport, which means it will expire next year. Before you blink, it has expired. If I had to get a Canadian visa, they would only give you one up to the duration, which means when you renew your passport, you have to go and do this entire process again. So we are seeking to bring some cost benefit to our citizens by ensuring that, one, they can have a 10-year passport that allows for them to obtain visas, in the case of the US and Canada in particular, that lasts for the duration of the passport, which is 10 years. Oftentimes, in cases where the passports are expiring quickly, you have an American visa, which is 10 years, but you have a passport that is 5 years. So when you renew the new passport, you have to have the old passport and you have to staple two of them together and walk around with it to prove that you have the visa. So again, it's simple, but it has significant importance to our citizens who are impacted by this. Mr. Speaker, we will keep the 5-year duration for persons who are not yet of adult age. Partly because you recognize if you get a passport when you have a baby who's 6 months, by the time the child is 5 years old, their features would have changed dramatically. And similarly, between 5 and 10, 10 and 15, you would have pretty dramatic changes in physical appearance. And so we will keep the 5-year duration for persons who are under, for minors who will require the parents' consent to apply for a visa. Mr. Speaker, we are also going to be required, assuming the amendment is passed in both houses, to amend the regulations for passport fees. Mr. Speaker, naturally, because we are moving from a 5-year duration to a 10-year duration, there is an increase in the fee. But the fee increase is really minimal. We are moving from $250 to $350. So a passport for 5 years, which costs $250, will now go to $350. So again, you can see that there's some cost savings there for passport holders. We are not doubling the fee, notwithstanding that the duration of the passport is being doubled. So, Mr. Speaker, that in a nutshell is the reason for the amendment. I would obviously commend it to the members of the House, because even last night at the town hall in St. George, Northeast, a citizen brought to our attention and insisted and wanted to know when the 10-year passport was going to be implemented, and we were happy to tell him that we were coming in Parliament today to honor our commitment to the citizens of Grenada to in fact amend the legislation to permit this to happen. If we didn't have to come with legislation, it would have been an easy policy decision to enact. But obviously the duration is fixed by law and we have to do the necessary amendment. We hope that by doing so, we will go back to that tradition and it will remain, and there will be no need for these further reduction in the time that the average passport is issued for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Prime Minister. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just rise to offer my support to this bill. I believe it's a very important bill because we've had a lot of complaints about the short period for the passports. I think this is a step in the right direction, and I just want to offer my support to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader of Government Business. MP for St. Patrick's East.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to declare that I fully support this amendment and to ensure that all Grenadians above the age of 18 benefit from a 10-year period passport at a reduced cost, I would say, and to also enable most of the persons who are willing to travel abroad or elsewhere to be able to benefit from a visa on their passport. I would not want to prolong this issue, so I'll end right here and hope.
Thank you, MP for St. Patrick. Please. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Not yet.
Not yet. Well,
just comment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I didn't think there was anything further to say other than to thank members for their support. I was hoping that you'd say the bill be read a second time. Thank you.
All right. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
The bill for an act shortly entitled Passports Amendment Bill 2024.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House resolves itself into a committee to consider the bill clause by clause. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House is now in committee.
Clause 2, amendment of Section 6 of Principal Act.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Or the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it.
Clause 1, short title and commencement.
Honourable members, the question is that Clause 1 forms part of the bill. Those who have that opinion say aye. Or the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I beg to move that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the House resumes and the Chairman of the committee reports progress on the bill. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. This Honourable House now resumes. Honourable members, I have to report that the bill was considered by a committee of the whole House and passed without amendment. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted.
Honourable members, the question is that the chairman's report be adopted. As many other opinions say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Honourable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many other opinions say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. Indeed, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Passports Amendment Bill 2024.
Proceed.
Item 16, request for leave to move the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House be adjourned, sine die.
Honourable members, the question is that the Honourable House be adjourned, sine die. Honourable members, the question is that this Honourable House be adjourned, sine die. Those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. The ayes have it. Indeed, the ayes have it. Honourable members, this Honourable House now stands adjourned, sine die.